order. Welcome to the October 12th, 2020 meeting of the City of Raleigh Board of Adjustment. My name is Rodney Swink, and I'm chair of the board. I'm joined by fellow board members John Kuntz, our vice chairman, Don Mile, our secretary, Kathy Rudisell, Justin Sutton, Stephen Kinney, Michael Randy, and Marvin Butler. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body that is governed by the North Carolina General Statutes and the city's Unified Development Ordinance. We conduct evidentiary hearings on requests for variances, design adjustments, design alternates, and special use permits, among other requests. The Board of Adjustment assures that the due process rights of the parties are protected when hearing cases. Since today's meeting will be conducted remotely, in addition to the general quasi-judicial rules, today's hearings will be conducted in accordance with state statutes that allow for remote quasi-judicial evidentiary hearings during the current COVID-19 states of emergency. Each applicant on today's agenda was notified before being placed on today's agenda that this meeting would be conducted using a remote electronic platform and has consented to the board conducting the evidentiary hearing on their application using this remote platform. Notice of today's remote meeting was also provided in several ways, including mailed notice to all property owners within 100 feet of each subject property. All presentations, documents, exhibits, or other materials that will be submitted at today's evidentiary hearings were posted online in board docs prior to this meeting. These materials can be viewed at any time during today's meeting by visiting www.raleighNC.gov/board-adjustment and clicking the link to view the agenda. Finally, if at any time a participant has issues with the technology, please send a message to the moderator. Chat function has been disabled for this meeting for all participants and the board members, except for the ability to message the moderator if you have technical difficulties. Before we begin the evidentiary hearings on today's agenda, I would ask our attorney to briefly explain for the participants how we will be conducting today's evidentiary hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Swink. My name is Catherine Hoffman-Hill, and I'm the attorney for the Board of Adjustment. Today's hearings will proceed very similar to a regular meeting with a few minor adjustments. First, all witnesses must be sworn in. Because of this remote format, individuals who signed up to speak, as well as the city staff participants, have already signed a written oath form, and their oath will be reaffirmed on the record as they testify today. Participants have also already provided written consent to today's remote meeting. So we'll start with the staff presentation. The applicant will then be acknowledged to present their case and witnesses. The board will acknowledge the attorney or applicant first as the point person for the application. As a reminder to all participants, you've provided your documents, presentations, and exhibits, and other materials ahead of the meeting, but please make sure to submit your evidence onto the record when you present your case. Following the applicant, anyone else who is in support of the case will be given the opportunity to speak, followed by the opponent. After each opponent, the applicant will be given the opportunity to ask questions. The applicant will then have the opportunity for any rebuttal or closing statement. And when all testimony is complete, the board will close the evidentiary hearing. The board members will then deliberate and vote on the case using a roll call vote method. So I will give it back over to the chair to begin the evidentiary hearings.
Thank you, Catherine. We'll now conduct the evidentiary hearings on today's agenda. We'll start by reaffirming the oath for the potential staff witnesses for today's cases. Keegan McDonald.
Present.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Eric Hodge, planning staff case presenter.
Present.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Justin Rometta, zoning administrator.
Present.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Bradley Kimbrell, transportation plan review.
Here.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Renee Hagan, do you swear, Renee Hagan, transportation plan review. Renee, are you with us? Are you muted? I'm not hearing Renee.
Renee is unmuted.
Renee, are you here? Catherine?
What I would do is you can move on, and then if transportation, if Renee needs to participate, then we'll make sure to swear him in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now hear the cases in the order they appear on the agenda. Evidentiary hearing 1, 4315 Lead Mine Road. This is a variance, BOA 0032-2020, 2652 LLC property owner. Kathy Rudisil, you have something you need to say?
Yes, I'm recusing myself from consideration of this matter due to a potential conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you very much. Michael Rainey is our city alternate. He will be sitting in to hear this case. Okay, we have participants. Catherine, do you want me to go through these or will you call them?
I don't mind calling them for you real quickly. The first person you have is Beth Trejo, and she's the attorney. She's so she does not need to be sworn in. Then you have John Callahan.
Present.
Okay, Mr. Callahan, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Scott Kiger.
Present.
Mr. Kiger, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
And
you.
I should have asked you to please also state your address. Would you mind doing that real quickly for the record? Mr. Kiger?
2459 Wilkinson Boulevard, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208.
Okay, and Mr. Callahan, would you mind doing that as well?
Sure. It's 333 Wade Avenue, Raleigh, 27605.
Great, thank you. Okay, the next person we have is Ryan Hambleton. If you could state your address, please.
Present 402 Seastone Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Mr. Hamilton, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks.
Okay, and then we have Pete Koderitz. Sorry, Pete.
That's good. Present,
Can you state your address, please, for the record?
1128 Independence Boulevard, Virginia Beach.
Okay, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, let's begin with our staff presentation. Keith McDonald.
Thank you. One moment while I pull up the presentation.
Sure.
I'll begin by reading the nature of request for this particular case. Whereas 2652 LLC property owner requests an 88-foot variance from the minimum driveway to driveway spacing requirement set forth in section 835 C3C of the Unified Development Ordinance that results in a driveway to driveway spacing of 112 feet along Marriott Drive, complete relief from the primary street build-to requirements for lead mine road set forth in UDO sections 324D and 345C, complete relief from the side street build-to requirements for Glenwood Avenue set forth in UDO sections 324D and 345C, complete relief from the ground floor elevation requirements set forth in UDO sections 324F1, and complete relief from the pedestrian access requirements set forth in UDO section 345F in order to not provide street-facing entrances or direct pedestrian access from buildings on the site to Lead Mine Road and Glenwood Avenue in order to construct a 276-unit apartment complex on a 10.93 acre property, zone CX7 PLCU, located at 4315 Lead Mine Road. As you can see, here is an aerial of the subject property. So it is bordered by Glenwood Avenue, that is Crabtree Mall to the southwest of the site. This is a old apartment complex constructed in the 1960s called the Northampton Apartments. The proposal is to redevelop the site into a new apartment complex containing approximately 276 units. There are some adjoining properties to be aware of. The property bordering to the northeast between Marriott and Lead Mine Road is the Candlewood Suites Hotel. There's also the PNC Bank building at the corner of Lead Mine Road and Glenwood in the southeast. And then across Marriott Drive is the Overture Apartments. The property is zoned CX7 PLCU. The property underwent a rezoning fairly recently in November of 2019 with some conditions that lead them to the board today to seek relief. The subject property is also contains a number of physical constraints that I will touch upon as well. Here is the site plan for the property. So actually the internal layout will look fairly similar to what exists today, but there will be some changes. So just to move through the requests as they're presented in the nature of request, there are going to be 2 access points into the property along Marriott Drive. Those 2 driveways will be in roughly the same places that they are today. However, the driveway that's located closer to Lead Mine Road, so to the east of Charles Drive to the north, that driveway will be approximately 112 feet from the adjoining driveway to the east. And while it will not comply with the minimum 200-foot spacing standard, it is being adjusted slightly to actually going to be more compliant than what exists today, but again, still not fully compliant with the spacing standards in the UDO. The other relief sought is to build 2 requirements, dictating that buildings be placed within a certain setback range from the side and primary streets. So Glenwood Avenue is actually a side street. Lead Mine Road in this instance is a primary street. The requirement for the parking limited frontage actually place specific build to requirements. And as such, they are seeking complete relief. There is topography along Glenwood Avenue, and there is also existing parking and cross-access easements along Lead Mine Road, what is known as, apologies, looking for the name of the street, Royal Hills Court. And that street is a placement of buildings within the required build to range. The applicant is also seeking complete relief from the minimum ground floor elevation requirements, which require that the ground floor of each building be located at minimum 2 feet above the elevation of the curb level adjoining the building. And they are also seeking relief from the pedestrian access requirements. Each building have a primary entrance facing the street, and that direct access is taken from that street sidewalk to the primary entrance. I will note they are providing some pedestrian access to both Lead Mine Road and also Glenwood Avenue, albeit not direct as the code requires. This exhibit shows the distance between the 2 adjoining driveways. So there will be ample distance between the 2 driveways accessing the subject property. As you can see, this is the existing conditions today. The 2 driveways that are located to the right of this image are currently about 95 feet apart. The applicant is proposing a realignment of the driveway on their subject property such that the proposed distance will be about 112 feet, still not compliant with the 200-foot standard. That concludes my presentation. I know transportation staff is here if you have any questions related to pedestrian access or driveway spacing standards. If not, I'm happy to pass it along to the applicant for their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I have one quick question. You referenced some conditions that necessitated bringing this forward. Did you mention any specific conditions that have been put on this zoning case?
Yeah, the one condition that I'm aware of that I'm sure the applicant will delve into is related to vehicle access from Lead Mine Road. Vehicle access from Lead Mine Road is restricted to only emergency vehicles, thus requiring them to maintain essentially 2 driveways along Marriott Drive, and thus coming forth with relief from that spacing standard.
Okay, good. Thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. McDonald or any questions for the transportation staff? And I trust transportation, you had nothing to add to the conversation? Mr. Kimbrell?
That's correct. We're available for any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, in that case, let's move along to the applicant, Ms. Trejos. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board of Adjustment members. My name is Beth Trejos. I'm an attorney with Nelson Mullins here in Raleigh. My address is 4140 Park Lake Avenue. And I'm here today on behalf of 2652 LLC, the applicant in this case. I've got with me several folks in person and virtually. Mr. Pete Coderides, who's a principal with Coderides Development. 2652 LLC is an entity that is related to Coderides Development. I've got Ryan Hambleton, a North Carolina professional engineer, who has been the project lead with Coderides Development on this particular project. I also have with me Mr. John Callahan, also a North Carolina professional engineer who is the engineer of record on this project. And virtually, Mr. Scott Kiger, who is a North Carolina registered landscape architect with Design Resources Group, also joins us. I would ask that you make a part of your record the PowerPoint presentation by the staff, the application, the staff report, and our PowerPoint presentation and accompanying exhibits. Since you have them all now, I would make that request early so I don't forget it later in the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And if we could move to page 2 of the PowerPoint, I will orient you to the site, although Mr. McDonald has made that quite easy, and walk you through the variance requests, pulling from our experts for testimony related to those particular items. So slide 2 shows you the property in aerial view, similar to what Mr. McDonald shows you. You can see Crabtree Valley Mall, Glenwood Avenue, Lead Mine Road, and Marriott Drive. If you can move to slide 3, please. This takes you in a little bit closer. You can see the site, as Mr. McDonald mentioned, is already developed as apartments. It's the Northampton apartments that were developed in the early 60s. And as you can imagine, the zoning code was very different than it is today. So as a result of that, there are many features on the site, both topographical and existing development features that create practical difficulties and unnecessary hardships when trying to implement the current code. You will see, of course, we've mentioned the site has frontage on 3 streets, Glenwood, Lead Mine, and Marriott. There is existing surrounding development with the PNC Bank, the Candlewood Suites, and the Overture. We have some photos of the area. If you would move to slide 4, please. These are all photos of Glenwood Avenue. The first 2 are looking east and west, and the very bottom picture is looking from Crabtree Valley Mall directly across Glenwood Avenue to the site. You can see the steep slopes. You can see the many trees along Glenwood Avenue. And you can also see the power poles that are there that are a part of 2 separate 30-foot wide power line easements along the frontage. If you would move to the next slide. These are pictures of Marriott Drive, which is a recently constructed street north of the project, adjacent to the Overture. You'll see it's very wide with wide sidewalks that has on-street parking and the 2 existing access points to the apartments from Marriott Drive. There is a zoning condition as a part of the recent zoning case that requires that Marriott be sort of the urban frontage area of the case. Buildings are required to be built in close proximity within 50 feet of Marriott Drive for 50% of the frontage there. So that is the area that was designated for that sort of urban treatment. Moving to the next slide. That is Lead Mine Road at the light with North Hills Drive. It allows you to look into the site at Royal Hills Court, and you can see how the driveway there splits. If you follow the left fork of the driveway, it will take you to the PNC Bank building. And PNC has a recorded cross-access easement and parking agreement for area accessing their facility. It is their only full movement access. If you follow the fork to the right, you go to the Candlewood Suites Hotel. They also have a recorded cross-access easement. And you can see there how very narrow the frontage of this property is along Lead Mine Road. And also, I would remind you that this access is further complicated by a zoning condition that allows for emergency access, requires the installation of a gate and a knock box, but does not allow the new redeveloped apartments to be accessed from this location. If you can move to the next slide. I'm going to ask Ryan Hambleton to talk with you about this project.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Hambleton. I'm a professional engineer with North Carolina and employed by Coterides. We've been working on this redevelopment since early 2018. And obviously, as Beth and Mr. McDonald has pointed out, it's very complicated and has a lot of different constraints associated with it. We talked about the cross-access easement that is on the lead mine side. There's also a parking agreement. All of those easements predated well before our purchase of the property and have very strong language about not being able to touch those easements whatsoever. We have power poles on Glenwood side, and also as part of the UDO and as part of something that the council wanted is tree save area along Glenwood, which can be seen in those blocks along the Glenwood area. So we're saving as much as we can of the existing slopes, which also limited our ability to connect up pedestrian-wise with Glenwood. The city of Raleigh would not allow us, or DOT also would not allow us to connect via vehicles on Glenwood Drive as well. There's various landscape and grading easements that have been recorded throughout the 60-year history of this apartments that limit a lot of the ability to change the infrastructure. So in general, we tried to keep the bones of the parking and roadway network. If you want to go to the next slide, that can be seen clearly that all the entrances are basically where we have them now. The City Council was very concerned with traffic, which is why they required us to limit the access off a lead mine. They're concerned about, obviously, everyone knows about the traffic concerns and the issues that are here in this area. They were also concerned about flooding, so we have a large pond that is located in the bottom right, and you can see that takes up a large chunk of area along the Glenwood frontage. The power pole easements that were mentioned, you can see it kind of right there along Glenwood, goes through the site. There's also another one that goes along the border of the Glenwood right-of-way, which limits our ability to move the buildings anywhere closer than as they are shown right now. We're proposing 3- and 4-story split building, apartment corridor buildings. This allows us to build with the slope topography of the site. John Callahan will talk a little bit about that, but this site has got some fair amount of grading on it as far as compared to most sites, I think, in the area. We also have an existing, we also have a public access or a multi-use path that's going to go from Marriott Drive all the way down to Glenwood. That's a requirement that will kind of access the ability to get access to the Crabtree Valley Mall, which is across the street. We look forward to hopefully moving forward and getting this complicated infill developments moving forward. Thank you.
And I would just point out that this is the site plan overlaid on top of the existing conditions. So you can see how closely they mimic one another. And I'd ask you to move forward to the next slide, and I'm going to ask John Callahan to come forward and talk with you about the project.
All right, thank you very much. My name is John Callahan. I am a North Carolina registered PE and surveyor, and I am the engineer of record for this project. I have over 27 years of experience in this area of Raleigh and central North Carolina. Mr. McDonald, Ryan, and Beth have all kind of covered a lot of the intricate pieces of this puzzle. Just would like to emphasize that this site is a very difficult infill redevelopment. The previous apartments were on this site over 50 years. New code is especially difficult to implement, especially since the sensible planning for redevelopment encourages that we try to work with the existing site constraints and keep as much of the old project layout as possible. That being said, the current site has no available access to Glenwood Avenue. It's restricted by NCDOT. The existing driveway at Lead Mine has now been limited by zoning condition for only emergency access. And so for a site this size, we are required to have 2 access points to a public street. And those 2 driveways will fall on Marriott Drive, as you can see here. And the build to requirement along Marriott is intended to develop an urban edge along that streetscape. And therefore, it makes the most sense to utilize the 2 existing driveways in this location so we can establish that urban edge and meet the intent of the code. Generally, we are following the original circulation pattern of the development as it made best use of the property and the topography. You can move to the next slide, please. All right, this slide adds the overlay of the topography, and with the large numbers there, you can easily see that we have over 50 foot of vertical relief from 290 down to 240 along Glenwood Avenue. So in keeping with the current development, we're using stepped buildings that'll be split levels, 4 stories on one side, 3 on the upper. That takes up the grade as we go downhill towards Glenwood Avenue. We introduced an additional spine drive through the middle of the site. That's kind of the only difference in the circulation, but it does make for better connectivity inside the site itself. The site sits well above Glenwood Avenue. As you can see, there are some areas of steep slope along Glenwood there. The 260s are right at the top of the hill and 240 down at the bottom, even higher than 260 in some places. So there's quite a bit of vertical slope right along Glenwood Avenue. Okay, and if we move to the next slide, please.
And I'll sort of introduce the first variance request. This is the driveway separation request. As Mr. McDonald indicated, the code requires a 200-foot separation between drives. So we're requesting an 88-foot variance to allow a 112-foot separation. There is an existing driveway almost in this location that has 95 feet of separation from the hotel drive. So we are decreasing the nonconformity by virtue of this variance request.
Okay, and you've already seen this slide in Mr. McDonald's presentation, but just a little more detail here. The shaded area at the T intersection with Charles Drive, that's actually an area where their driveways are prohibited. The red arrows show the 200-foot spacing, which is required between driveways. And as you can see, the one on the left meets that requirement, no problem. But the one on the right, the existing driveway is, I think it's 97 feet. And now we're going to be moving that to approximately 112 feet. If you can move to the next slide, please. And this is just another version of the previous slide showing the proposed, where it's now changing from 95 feet to 112 on that same driveway. All right, next slide, please. And again, just a side-by-side comparison. On the left, is the proposed existing on the right. I would also like to point out that we are moving the drive any more towards Charles would have an impact on the urban edge and the parking in the streetscape of Marriott Drive.
So, and if you can move to the next slide, we've just taken the liberty of pointing out the factors that we think address the various concerns you're charged with evaluating. In regard to, does this driveway separation create an unnecessary hardship? We would say, yes, it does. There are 2 driveways required by code. No other location is possible because of limitations on access to Glenwood and Lead Mine roads that are imposed by NCDOT and the city as a part of the zoning case, as well as the city required zoning condition that includes a build to along Marriott Drive. And, are these features or conditions peculiar to this property? We would answer yes. The access limitations are unique, and the surrounding development and build to requirements are also unique. Is this a result of action by this property owner? We would answer no. The driveways were installed by others more than 50 years ago, and surrounding properties were developed by others with city approval. And is what is being proposed consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance? We would say yes. The driveway configuration exists today, and that we're reducing the nonconformity, by our request. So with that, we would move to the next request, which addresses build to constraints on Lead Mine and Glenwood. And we are requesting complete relief from those due to existing features. I'll remind you that this exhibit does show the access easements that are recorded for PNC and for the hotel, that we can't impact. The blue line shows the 100-foot build-to location, and I'll ask Mr. Callahan to speak to that.
Okay, so as we'd already stated, there are 3 road frontages. It was determined that Lead Mine and Marriott were the primary streets, and Glenwood Avenue would be the side street. So for a primary street, there is a build-to requirement along Lead Mine Road here. And as we've already stated and illustrated here with this exhibit, you can see the green shows the cross-access area that goes over to the Candlewood Suites. The purple is the cross-access area that goes to the bank building. And the blue line is the maximum build-to, which you can see there really is just beyond a majority of the cross-access agreements that are previously recorded on the property, so making that very difficult to place a building within that zone. If you'll go to the next slide, please. And then this is the zoning condition that has also been added to the property, that we do have restricted access for emergency vehicles only at this location.
Move to the next slide, please. And here again, just a summary of, how we think we meet the requirements for a variance with regard to the Lead Mine build to. Is it an unnecessary hardship? We say yes, because compliance would require that we violate existing recorded cross-access easements. Are these features peculiar to our property? We would say yes. The cross-access easements are unique. And also the narrow frontage along Lead Mine is unique. Is this the result of action by the property owner? We would say no. The cross-access agreements were entered into by prior landowners, and of course we continue to be bound by them. Is it consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance? We say yes. The council prohibited access to Lead Mine, and the distance, keeping the buildings distant from the street, discourages folks from attempting to drive in to the site at this location. And the city council required a build-to requirement along Marriott Drive, identifying that as a location that's more appropriate for the urban edge envisioned by the code. We would move to the next slide. I'll have Mr. Callahan talk with you about the Glenwood build-to requirement.
We have the next slide, please. There we go. Thank you. Okay. With the Glenwood made it as a side street. However, we have several obstacles making compliance impossible in this location. As you see the bullet points here, we have the steep slopes, which we've already covered, with over 25 feet of grade difference along a majority of that frontage. There are two existing 30-foot power easements shown, which are in blue, along Glenwood Avenue. One is right at the right-of-way, and then one interior to the site, which goes right down the center of that parking drive. Then we have tree conservation, which is also a zoning condition that we provide a certain amount of tree conservation along Glenwood, and it made the most sense to provide those trees as tree conservation in that area because that's where the most of the existing trees are located on site. And then finally, we have the zoning condition for a required public access walkway from our property to Glenwood and connecting all the way up to Marriott Drive, which is the path that you see here in red.
And I would just point out that that's the path Mr. Hamilton mentioned earlier that goes all the way up to Marriott Drive through the site. If you can move to the next slide, I'll quickly go through the variance elements as it relates to the build-to requirement on Glenwood Avenue. Is there an unnecessary hardship? We say yes for all the reasons that Mr. Callahan explained to you. Are these peculiar to the property? Yes. For reasons we've told you on other items. Is this the action of the property owner? No. Again, for the same reasons we've shared with you before. Is this consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance? We say yes, it is. No vehicular access is permitted from Glenwood, and so distance from the street discourages folks from attempting to find an access at that location. There is the opportunity for pedestrian access using that public access easement that is quite significant and wide. And again, the City Council designated Marriott as the appropriate location by approving a zoning condition with a build-to requirement along Marriott. And if you can move to the next slide, we will talk with you about the height above, building height above the existing curb.
All right, thank you. So the code for an apartment building type, the code defines that the ground floor elevation is 2 feet above the street. When you look at the standards of measurement in Chapter 1, it states that the ground floor height is measured from the adjacent street, but it doesn't really designate if that's a primary street, side street, or a and obviously does fall away from Marriott, and we can't meet the 2 foot height requirement above Marriott for the entire site. Staff has typically applied this 2 foot requirement to the interior parking lot curb when the site sits lower than the street. But with an apartment building, we have some other requirements. Housing Act that extremely difficult, if not impossible, to have an urban scale product with buildings pushed up close to the streetscape and provide ADA access when the building is sitting 2 foot higher than the curb. This slide right here really illustrates the point I'm trying to make. You can see the curb there, and the building is pushed right up real close to the edge of the curb to establish that urban edge along the streetscape. And this is interior to the site as well as along Marriott Drive as this occurs. So makes it very difficult when it's so close to get 2 feet up and still be able to meet ADA regulations. If you'll move to the next slide, please. This one is actually, the red line shows you the curb along Marriott and the building face that we have placed there. Again, with this, although it's an average across, you can see with a long flat building and trying to create an urban edge there, it's really impossible to get 2 foot above. It would just create a hardship with significant amounts of fill on one end or significant amounts of cut on the other if you were trying to build this building along a sloped street.
And if you'll move to the next slide, that takes us to our variance analysis. The unnecessary hardship comes from the significant grade change on site and the desire to accommodate and really requirement to accommodate ADA access. These things are peculiar to the property. They're naturally occurring and not the result of action by the property owner. And, we're meeting the spirit and intent of the ordinance by being certain that the buildings are ADA compliant and easily accessed from adjoining streets and access ways. If you can move to the next slide, I'll have Mr. Callahan talk with you about the street-facing entrances and direct pedestrian access constraints, first in regard to lead mine.
Okay, we've already talked a lot about this particular location, so we don't need to reiterate all that. But as it pertains to the street-facing entrance, I do want to reemphasize that due to the lack of access at this location, we wouldn't want to give drivers the false impression that they can get to the project from this driveway, and fronting a building in that direction would indicate to the public that that driveway is an access point. We are providing the pedestrian access. However, due to the significant grade difference and the cross-access easements, you can see that that access is not direct. And in order to meet ADA requirements, you can already see that we've introduced a switchback, several switchbacks there to make up the grade difference to get down from the building. If you go to the next slide, please. Similarly, along Glenwood, we have the entrances facing the street, which really internal, the street is right there and we have direct access to the street. But if it's interpreted to Glenwood Avenue, then we have these same restrictions that we've talked about previously, the steep grades, the pedestrian access way, and so the entrances do face Glenwood Avenue, although it's not direct. And then we also have the tree conservation requirements along this. So I'm going to turn this back over to Beth for the final summary.
Yeah, and if you move to the next slide, it's just a summary of those requests as it relates to lead mine and Glenwood in one slide. Essentially, the hardship is that apartments would have to face streets where access is prohibited by the state, NCDOT in the case of Glenwood Avenue, or the city in regard to Lead Mine Road, where access is prohibited by the city via zoning condition. The elements that prohibit direct street-facing entrances are elements that are peculiar to this property. These things are not the result of action by this property owner, but they're either naturally occurring or were imposed by prior property owners or by the city or state as a part of this project. And, we're achieving the goals of the code in that we have entrances facing Glenwood where possible. We have pedestrian access to both Glenwood and to lead mine. So we are accommodating the code to the extent possible. If you'll move to the next slide, that's just the end of our presentation. I know we provided y'all with a lot of information, and we would be happy to take any questions that you have. And we would ask for your support and approval of the variances given the unique features of this site that is we're trying to redevelop in an existing urban area.
Thank you, Ms. Trejos. Board members, any questions for the applicant? Any of the applicant team?
Hey, this is John Koontz. I was reading something else when you went over this, and you brought my attention to an emergency-only access. Did you say that? And where exactly? Can you talk about that one more time, about where that exactly is and how that functions programmatically?
Sure. Maybe we can go back in the slides to this. This is fine. So this is the access. It's intersection of Lead Mine and North Hills Drive. There's a light there. When you come into our property, it's called Royal Hills Court. Mm-hmm. And there's a zoning condition on the case that's the city council imposed because they were concerned about cars, turning right off of Glenwood Avenue onto Lead Mine Road, wanting to turn left into this site and causing a backup onto Glenwood Avenue. So what they said is that they didn't want any access to the newly redeveloped apartments from this drive. They would allow emergency access, and they would allow the existing cross access to the PNC Bank and to the Candlewood Suites to remain open, but the redeveloped apartments were not to use this drive for access.
Okay. And that, and how is that going to be, I guess,
We're going to put a gate and a Knox box so that the, outside of the cross access easement. So, you'd be able to easily get to the hotel or the bank, but if you want to come into this site, you're going to have a code that only the fire department EMS will have.
Okay. That's what I was getting at. Thank you.
Sure.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from board members? No one? There is no one else signed up to speak in support or in opposition to this. So last chance for board questions. Ms. Traos, anything further from you?
No, sir.
Thank you. Staff, anything you would like to add or ask?
No, not at this time.
Okay, great. We are going to close the evidentiary hearing and move to the board deliberations, or I'll entertain a motion. This is a variance.
Mr. John Coons, I'll motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. May I have a second?
A second.
And who's the second from, please? Mr. Mile, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll have a roll call vote.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Coons?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you. Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Thank you. Who's missing? Mr. Sutton?
Approve.
And then, yes, and then Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes five.
Excuse me, Ralph, for interrupting. My mistake.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's approved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's move on to the evidentiary hearing number 2. We have 3 cases that we're going to call together for the hearing, but we're going to vote on them separately. It's at 630 Hillsborough Street, variance BOA 0037-2020, design adjustments A-25-2020, and design alternate A-26-2020. 630 Hillsborough Street LLC is the property owner.
Okay, Mr. Swink, you have 5 people signed up to participate. Michael Birch and Worth Mills are the attorneys. They do not need to be sworn in. So the next person you have is Graham Smith. Mr. Smith, if you could state your address for the record.
821 Wake Forest Road, Raleigh, 27604.
Mr. Smith, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, next you have Sarah Walters.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please state your address for the record?
I'm at 821 Wake Forest Road, Raleigh, 27604.
Ms. Walters, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, and then you have Lori Jackson.
Hello.
Ms. Jackson, can you state your address, please?
115.5 East Argett Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601.
Ms. Jackson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, let's move along to the staff. Mr. McDonald, welcome again.
Yes, Chairman Swink, would you like me to read the nature of request case?
Yes, I think that we have to get that into the record. Is that correct?
It's up to you guys. I mean, it's however you want to summarize what the requests are, whether you read it or I don't know, Keegan, if you're prepared to summarize it without reading it. Either way is fine. It's up to you, Mr. Swink.
Yeah, Mr. McDonald, if you can summarize it, that'd be just fine.
Okay, I'm actually going to read it just because there is a fair amount of detail, and I want to make sure none of it's lost. I'll move as expeditiously as I can. All right. So the first request, this is being made by 630 Hillsborough LLC. There are multiple requests for BOA 37-2020. The first is a 35-space variance to the minimum off-street parking requirements set forth in Section 712C of the UDO in order to provide 5 parking spaces. A 2-foot variance to UDO Section 325C1, which requires that parking spaces be set back at least 10 feet from the primary street in order to place a parking space 8 feet from North Boylan Avenue. A variance to UDO Section 347D in order to place parking spaces between the proposed building and North Boylan Avenue. A variance to UDO Section 332B2, which requires a minimum building height of 2 stories for property zoned 7 stories or higher with an urban frontage in order to construct a 1-story building. A variance for complete relief from UDO Section 332B3, which requires the street-facing facade at minimum height to account for 75% of the lot width in order to construct a 1-story building. A variance for complete relief from UDO Section 332B4, which requires a 30-foot minimum depth of minimum height from the front building facade into the lot. A 75-foot variance to the Raleigh Street Design Manual Article 9.5, which requires driveways to be at least 150 feet from an intersection of 2 local or mixed-use streets in order to legalize the existing driveway located 75 feet from North Boylan Avenue and Hillsborough Street intersection. A variance to UDO Section 717D3 to exempt the applicant from planting a shade tree to terminate all parking row areas. And a 7-foot variance to UDO Section 342C33, which requires that non-street side additions must be at least as close to the building built to as the existing building in order to place the addition 7 feet inset from the existing building, in order to permit a change of use from automobile repair to restaurant and construct an additional building on a 0.3-acre parcel zoned NX7 UL. The second request is for design adjustments, relief from the following streetscape improvements for Hillsborough Street and Avenue 3-lane parallel parking street set forth in sections 845C, 851, and 852B. Those are a 6.55-foot design adjustment from the requirement to provide 1/2 of the 90-foot right-of-way in order to retain the existing 76.9-foot right-of-way. A 4.25-foot design adjustment from the requirement to provide 1/2 of the 62-foot back of curb width to retain the existing 53.5-foot wide back of curb. And a 6-foot design adjustment to the required planting area width to provide a 0-foot planting area. The applicant also seeks relief from the following streetscape improvements for North Boylan Avenue set forth in UDO Section 852B. Those are a 3-foot design adjustment to the required sidewalk width to provide a 5-foot sidewalk, and a 6-foot design adjustment to the required planting area width to provide a 0-foot planting area. Last, A2620, these are design alternates. 163-foot, 90-foot, and 55-foot design alternate to Section 835C3C of the UDO, which requires driveways accessing a right-of-way of less than 80 feet to be spaced at least 200 feet apart in order to retain the existing driveway on North Boylan Avenue that is 37 feet, 110 feet, and 145 feet away from other driveways along North Boylan Avenue, and a design alternate to the cross-access requirements set forth in UDO Section 835D to not provide cross-access to property identification numbers 170349 1457 and 170349 2349. Those are the properties to the north and east respectively. So I will just begin my presentation by giving you a little overview of the project and what's being proposed. So this is a reuse of an existing site that had been used for automobile repair. As you can see, there's an existing building on the site and also an existing canopy that will both be retained in some fashion. There will also be an addition that you'll see in more detail on the upcoming site plan. So this is, again, kind of a reuse of the site, and the proposed use is for restaurant. The zoning of the property is NX7UL, so that urban limited frontage is necessitating a number of variances related to kind of the built form. Within this particular frontage, there's requirements to maintain a street wall, in essence. Thus, new construction and any plan must comply with a number of requirements, those being that a minimum building height of at least 2 stories, that at least 75% of the lot width is at that minimum building height, and that the minimum building height is maintained for at least 30 feet of lot depth. And again, that is a conscious effort within this particular frontage to maintain a pretty uniform street wall. But again, they're choosing to reuse existing buildings and add one additional building, and thus are seeking relief from those specific requirements. Here is the site plan. So in the top right, those 2 rectangles represent the existing building to the south, and then also the proposed addition. There will be parking taken from a driveway off Boylan Avenue. There will be 2 canopies that are shown in the bottom that will be maintained, and there will be features included in that portion of the site for, I believe, outdoor seating, and that will service the use. But the only parking to be provided shown in the northwest corner of the site, thus requiring a variance to the parking standards. The other piece to this is the spacing between the driveway and the intersection of North Boylan and Hillsborough. They're seeking to basically maintain that driveway, and thus are seeking relief from that spacing standard. The other variances being sought are related to parking area landscape standards. There is a requirement that all parking row areas be terminated with a shade tree, and that just means a shade tree to be planted at the end of those parking rows. They're seeking relief from that requirement. They are also seeking relief from the build-to requirement that basically states when an addition is made on a site that does not comply with build-to, the building must be placed at the same setback as the existing building. As you can see, the proposed addition will be set back slightly from the existing building, and thus not compliant with that build-to standard. Here's the urban limited frontage diagram, and just so you can see, there are a number of restrictions related to urban limited to maintain a proper street wall. Another of those is not including parking to not include parking between the building and the street, and there's also set standards as well for parking that does exist. Here is a diagram just showing those terminal street tree plantings that would be required, a compliant parking lot. And here is a diagram showing an appropriate addition relevant to the build-to standard, as you can see, keeping in line with the building facade closest to the primary street. So they are seeking to relief from the standard to place the addition, 7 feet inset from the primary building. I will now proceed to commentary on these particular standards. For variance standard number 2, the non-street side addition, staff would just note that the addition could be located to the south at the same setback as the existing principal building without changing the proposed parking layout. We realize this does conflict with their intentions for that southern portion of the site, but it could be made to accommodate the parking. As it relates to the parking reduction, the applicant could reduce the amount of seating to reduce the number of required spaces. Alternatively, the applicant could select another use that does not require as much parking. If a proposed use requires 125% or less spaces than an existing use, then no new spaces need to be provided. Other available options include applying for an administrative alternate, which necessitates a parking study, or obtaining off-site remote parking. As it relates to standard number 4, the location of parking within the urban limited frontage the intent of the urban limited frontage is intended for areas where parking between the building and the street is not allowed. Buildings abut the street and sidewalk, but to balance the needs of both pedestrian and automobile, lower street wall continuity is required. Proceeding to the design adjustment requests. So in essence, the applicant is basically looking to maintain existing roadway and streetscapes along Hillsborough and Boylan Avenue. Along Hillsborough, they are seeking relief from required right-of-way and roadway dedications to maintain the existing right-of-way width and back of curb width. There is a non-compliant planting area along North Boylan Avenue, meaning there is some planting area, however, it does not comply with UDO standards, and thus you see the for complete relief in that aspect. Lastly, onto the design alternate requests. These are related to the spacing of the existing and proposed driveway to adjacent driveways. There are a number of non-compliant points, meaning inadequate spacings of at least 200 feet between that driveway and adjacent driveways. Those are the 3 requests being sought on that standard. Also, the applicant is seeking relief from cross-access to the property to the north and also the property to the east. And here's just an image showing where cross-access is being sought for relief from. I believe that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. I know transportation staff is available as well, as a number of these are transportation related. And if not, I'm happy also to pass it off to the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Let me just ask, Mr. Kimbrell, are there anything you would like to say from transportation regarding these cases, this case?
So we have Renee, who is most familiar with the project. I'd like to see if we could get his audio working again.
Okay, if that happens, we'll need to swear Renee in.
Hello, this is Renee. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Renee, for the record, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And just for the record, your full name, please?
It's Renee Robert Hagen.
Hagen, okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, yes, there's something that you wish to add to this?
I don't have anything to add right now, but I am available for any other questions that may come from that.
Okay. Okay, good. That's fine. Thank you very much. Board members, any questions for any of the staff? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to the applicant, Mr. Birch. Mr. Mills, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Worth Mills. Joined with me on the line are Graham Smith and Sadie Waters from Site Collaborative and Laurie Jackson from Maurer Architecture. Again, just as a high level, these requests are made in order to permit change of use from a vehicle repair site that's been on this site for many years to the restaurant use. If you could go to the next slide, please. Right. So this is an aerial from IMAPS showing the site in its current state. Almost all of the property is paved and impervious surface. And the existing building, which I noted was a vehicle repair shop, was originally constructed in 1952. Next slide, please. Just to give you a better sense of that, this is the street view from Hillsborough Street. You see the building along with the canopy that was used for vehicle fueling, along with the sidewalk along Hillsborough and the 2 existing driveway cuts along Hillsborough. Next slide, please. And again, this is the Boylan Avenue street view. Here you see, as Keegan noted, that small grassy strip with the 2 existing curb cuts on Boylan Avenue as well. Next slide, please. So this is the site plan for the change of use. As you can see here, first I'll note that we are adding to the existing building to the northeast corner of the site. That space is proposed to be used for the kitchen and for general storage. You'll also note, whereas in the previous slides we had 4 driveway cuts going into this site, we'll be reducing that down to 1. We'll be retaining the northernmost driveway off of Boylan Avenue. The 3 other driveway cuts will be curb and guttered and will have sidewalk as well. You'll also note the 5 parking spaces in the northwest corner of the site. Next slide, please. And this is a concept plan with some color just to better illustrate kind of how all of the site elements are proposed to fit into the property. So again, you've got the building addition in the northeast corner, the 5 parking spaces in the northwest. The area in front of Hillsborough will be converted to outdoor amenity area. The existing awning that was used for vehicle fueling will remain and will be used for shade. We've also got some outdoor seating close to the building, between the building and that awning, and you'll note the various tree plantings here as well. So there is going to be a concerted effort not only to create a restaurant that people will want to sit outside and enjoy Hillsborough and Boylan Avenue, but we'll also be adding more pervious surface to the site from its current state. And now to get into the specific requests, I'll start with the variance requests, and we'll start with the parking related and go from there. So as it relates to the number of parking spaces, the UL parking ratios require 1 parking space per 500 square feet of non-residential space. So for this building, we would be required to provide 6 spaces. We are providing 5 spaces. And the hardship results from the existing layout of the site. The applicant wants to retain the existing building, repurpose and reuse it and add on to it. But given its location within the site and the handful of UL policies associated with the frontage, this creates a lot of problems in meeting all of the various parking elements, firstly being the number of spaces. And so, as you see, we tried to fit as many spaces into this portion of the lot, creating a safe place for folks to pull in, pull out, and get off of Boylan Avenue. And we wanted to create, an outdoor seating, a big amenity for the restaurant on the southern portion of the property. And so just in that small square of space in the northwest corner, the maximum amount of spaces that we can provide is 5. And so, the hardship itself is a result kind of the coupling of the existing building and the layout that the building sits on. Moving to the parking setbacks, the UDO requires that there be 10 feet of space between a parking space and the right-of-way. In our instance, on that parking space that faces Hillsborough Street closest to Boylan Avenue, that space is 8 feet away from the right-of-way. And again, the hardship results from the limited amount of space that the developer has in order to try its best to meet the parking standards, while also, trying to provide that adequate amount of setback from the street. I'll also note that there's a planting area between the parking space and the right-of-way that is approximately 8 feet wide. And so with the 8-foot planting area and the 8-foot sidewalk, the parking space is going to be approximately 16 feet from back of curb. We expect there to be some type of shrub or small tree in that planting area. And so there will be buffering from that parking space to the right-of-way itself. Moving on to our next variance request, this deals with the UL requirement that there be no parking spaces between the building and the street. And again, the hardship here results from the existing layout of the building. In no scenario where we preserve the building would we be able to place parking spaces that weren't in violation of this request. And so in all of the spaces that you could provide parking on this property, we believe that we've done our best to mitigate those impacts and to not have Hillsborough Street be dominated with parking spaces. And we wanted to create that outdoor amenity area to activate the streetscape. And so, the result of that is placing those parking spaces between Boylan Avenue and the building. So still not in compliance, but trying to be consistent with the spirit of the ordinance by shielding those parking spaces as much as possible from most of the vehicle and foot traffic that we would get on this site, which is going along Hillsborough Avenue. Next, moving on to the requirement that there be a shade tree at each parking terminus. Again, the hardship here is a result of the limited amount of space that we have around the parking areas. You'll note that we do have one shade tree right in front of the parking space that is kind of catty corner and facing Hillsborough Street. The fact is we just don't have enough room on this site in order to provide those shade trees along the 3 rows of parking spaces there due to its proximity with the building. We do expect plantings in that 8-foot wide planting area between the south-facing parking space and Boylan Avenue to try and, again, buffer and mitigate the effects of those parking areas. Now moving on to the variances that relate to height. As Keegan noted, there is a minimum height standard for properties zoned 7 stories or higher. For this particular property at 7 stories, the minimum building height is 2 stories. And again, we are keeping the existing 1-story building and adding a 1-story addition to the northern side of the property. And so, as it relates to minimum building height, as it relates to having, a street-facing facade at minimum height to account for 75% of the lot width, and for the requirement that there be a 30-foot minimum depth of minimum height from the front building facade, those three code requirements we're not able to meet strictly due to this being a 1-story building. Along Hillsborough Street, you do have, on the north side, you do have a handful of 1-story buildings along there. Probably the most familiar that everybody knows is Snoopy's. And so by retaining the existing building, renovating it, making it work for a restaurant, we think that is, consistent with the existing development along Hillsborough Street, and we would like to keep with that as much as possible. Moving on to intersection spacing. Again, the hardship here is a result of our existing proximity to the Boylan Avenue, Hillsborough Street intersection. As I noted earlier, the existing property has 4 driveway cuts. The project would eliminate 3 of those the two along Hillsborough and the southern driveway cut along North Boylan, and we would retain the northernmost driveway cut along Boylan. And that, I believe, shows our effort to mitigate those intersection spacing impacts as much as possible, and being able to provide guests, employees with a safe ingress egress from those 5 parking spaces onto North Boylan Avenue. And lastly, under the variance requests, we have the build to standards for additions to property. As Keegan noted, the urban limited frontage would require that any building additions be flush or maintain the existing build to from Boylan Avenue. Because of the limited space here, and because we are trying to provide as much parking as possible, that building addition would eliminate those 3 parking spaces. And so, again, with this being a kitchen and storage area, we thought that placing that addition on the north side of the property would allow us to efficiently use that space. So, the space south of the existing building can now be used for outdoor seating, for tree plantings, and for amenity area. And so we feel that, as Keegan noted, although we could put the building or the addition on the southern side of the existing building, placing that addition on the north side opens up the space much more to provide, a restaurant use that folks are going to want to come to and to sit down and eat. And so we feel that, based on the hardship with the amount of space that we have and the need to provide as much parking as possible, that this addition to the north was the best use of that addition. And so now that wraps up the variance requests. Mr. Swink, I don't know if you want me to continue the presentation or if you would like to stop for a discussion on the variance requests. I'm happy to accommodate the board's discretion there.
Why don't we take a moment just to give the board a chance? Steve, you've covered a lot of material. See if there are any questions regarding the variances. Anyone? Staff, do you have anything you've heard you want to raise questions about?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, well, we can move on then.
Okay, so switching gears, I'll go through the design adjustments this time. If we could go to slide 11 quickly, or briefly, I should say.
Worth, if you could do me a favor and just tell me when to stop.
Yeah.
Numbered.
Okay. So next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. There we go. Okay, so this slide that you're seeing here is the existing streetscape for both Hillsborough Street and for North Boylan. Hillsborough has an existing sideway width of 8 feet 5 inches. North Boylan has an existing sidewalk of 5 foot 1 inch with the almost 3.5 foot planting strip between driveway cuts. And again, our requests, as Keegan noted, are to maintain the existing right-of-way and streetscape width along both Hillsborough and North Boylan. And so we do believe that these design adjustments meet the intent of the article, which is to provide adequate travel lanes for all modes of travel. We do have sufficient sidewalks for pedestrian travel along Hillsborough Street and North Boylan Street. If we could go back, Keegan, to that concept plan in color. Thank you. So you see here the beige coloring along the outer edge of the property. That is showing the sidewalks along Boylan and Hillsborough. And as it relates to meeting the intent of the streetscape plans, I'll note that we do have 8-foot wide minimum planting strips along North Boylan Avenue with various tree plantings along that street. And so while we aren't providing a planting area with street trees within the right-of-way, we are doing so immediately adjacent to the sidewalk. And, you know, we will have a much better looking streetscape with the proposed project as we currently do, where there is all impervious surface, no tree plantings. And it looks very, I guess just non-welcoming might be the best way to describe it. I also noted that along Hillsborough Street, the existing awning is planned to be kept along with the renovations. And so that area along Hillsborough Street has been designated as outdoor amenity area for the project. And so we are going to see a lot of green, active open spaces along both Boylan Avenue and Hillsborough Street. The design adjustments will not increase congestion or compromise safety. By removing 3 curb cuts and replacing those with curb and gutter and sidewalk, we should be increasing pedestrian safety and creating a streetscape that is more consistent with the city's code. These adjustments would not create any additional maintenance responsibilities for the city. And just to note, is the there was a previous case similar to this across Hillsborough Street where Drim and Drought previously was. I believe this rezoning or this Board of Adjustment case was heard either in 2014 or 2015. It was a similar situation where the applicant wanted to change the use to a restaurant use. And in that request, they received right-of-way and streetscape exemptions with the understanding that those dedications would occur at a time when there was large-scale redevelopment. So more or less when redevelopment was causing, the intensity to go up, increasing story height, increasing, floor area, that was an appropriate time to make those dedications. That property is currently under a larger site plan for large-scale redevelopment, and those and that dedication of right-of-way has subsequently been made in that ASR. And so, as we see it, there are certain times when the dedication of right-of-way is far greater than the level of development that's coming behind it. And so, with this change of use and adding a modest amount of square footage to the site for kitchen and storage purposes, we believe that at this time, the request of right-of-way dedication is greater than the request for redevelopment. If this property were to come under a new site plan at a later date, either on its own or with a group of properties for large-scale redevelopment, we think that that would be a more appropriate time for that right-of-way dedication to occur. I'm going to move on to the design alternates now. And I will start with the driveway spacing requests. Keegan, if you could go a couple more slides. It was right past the streetscape. One more? That's it. So for our last set of requests, we have requests to exempt ourselves from the driveway spacing requirements for 3 existing driveways along North Boylan Avenue. The one that you see here is approximately 37 feet from the curb cut, or from the driveway cut that will remain as part of the redevelopment. The adjacent driveway leads into a vacant, looks to be more or less undeveloped parking area. The remaining 2 driveways are serving residential uses. They do not appear to be used very often. In fact, one of them is gated and has shrub plantings behind it, so I'm not sure that it can be accessed for parking in its current state anyway. And so, in this scenario, we are trying to provide a access of ingress and egress off of Boylan Avenue that is as far away from the Boylan-Hillsborough intersection as possible. And as a result of that, we now are in conflict with the driveway spacing standards. And by eliminating 3 of our 4 driveway cuts, we don't believe that this alternate is going to increase congestion or compromise safety. It's an existing driveway cut and will only be serving 5 spaces at the most. And given the existing physical layout of all 3 of the properties, compliance with the driveway spacing standards is physically infeasible. Lastly, as it relates to cross access, Keegan, if you could go back to that concept plan one last time, I appreciate it. So here, we are asking for an exemption to cross access to that parking lot to the north. As you can see on the concept plan, almost all of the space that could be used for cross access is being utilized either for parking or for the building addition. And so being able to provide a space for vehicular travel between those 2 sites while also including 5 parking spaces with enough room for folks to be able to back out and then turn off onto Boylan Avenue is just not physically possible, and would create safety concerns for folks that are backing out with the possibility that somebody is coming from that parking lot into the adjacent parking lot into this parking lot. As cross access relates to our property to the east, you'll see that we have designated most of this space either for outdoor dining or for general outdoor amenity area green space. And so creating a cross access for vehicles through that portion of the property is going to diminish the amount of outdoor amenity area that would be possible if the exemption was granted, and would kind of, in a sense, maintain the impervious surface dominant streetscape that we currently have on Hillsborough with those existing properties. And so exemptions from the cross-access serve multiple purposes. They improve our safety within our site for customers coming and parking on the site, and they also allow for a more active streetscape just off of the sidewalk for folks to utilize and enjoy, whether eating at the restaurant or not. And so, in our estimation, the exemptions from cross-access are reasonable because they help further many more of the comprehensive plan's policy goals. With that, just to summarize, we believe that the variances, because of the hardships as it relates to building location and the size of the parcel generally, that those are reasonable and in the public interest. And for the design adjustments and design alternates, we also believe that those are reasonable as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, we have folks from Site Collaborative and from Mauer Architecture on as well to answer any questions. And we appreciate your time this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Board members, do you have any questions? I have one regarding the property to the immediate north. You say that's currently a vacant parcel.
It is currently used solely as a parking lot. It looks, but I don't believe that it's paved. So it looks to be some gravel, maybe some concrete, but doesn't appear to be serving any particular use or immediate use in the area. I'm not sure if it's parking for uses across the street or for some other use, but there's nothing on the property but for that parking lot.
Was any consideration on your part having crossed access so that you might access additional parking?
This is Graham Smith, if I can jump in. The owner's not with us today, so I apologize for that. But they did approach that owner, and there was no interest in selling, providing access, or providing additional parking spaces. So that owner was approached.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question. Appreciate that. Board members, any other questions?
Hey, John, was there a landscape plan done with this by any chance? Is there one that y'all circulated? I did not see one.
What we submitted, well, at least we've submitted for ASR once, and then I forget exactly what you guys have seen, but what you're seeing on the screen is roughly what we're showing or what we're planning. From a code perspective, there are a limited amount of things we are required, the streetscape and then the parking lot trees, one tree per 2,000 square feet of VSA.
Yeah.
And there is only 2,000 square feet of VSA on this site, so that would be one shade tree. We also have a significant amount of power poles along Boylan, and then a light that is actually in that we have the space that's closest to Boylan, and then we have the ADA spaces that are at an angle. With the striping there, actually right on that red line there on that diagram, that's an elevated island. It's one of those old gas islands, and that has a light pole in it that we're maintaining. So, with the city regulations of can't be within 20 feet of any power or light poles, things get really complicated about where trees can be, particularly when you're dealing with Boylan. So, because there's a lot of overhead power and then some lights we're maintaining. But the landscape plan in general is that each of these islands you see, of this green area that you see, is garden. Is wrapping these tables and seating. It's going to be a very lush landscape. These floating pads of pavement essentially will be surrounded by garden. We do show that we're proposing a lawn area on the southern pad, essentially, just for people to hang out a little bit. But essentially, the darker green will be landscape. It'll be planted beds throughout the entire corner. Hopefully, will be hope to have a park-like feel to the outdoor dining.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question, Rodney. Mr. Mills, can you just speak to staff comments? One of which was that you could locate the addition to the south without adversely impacting your parking plan.
Yes, ma'am. And the rationale for placing the building to the north maximizes the amount of space that we have as a site. And so by placing that building to the north as opposed to the south, it frees up more space closer to Hillsborough Street for those landscaped areas and for those outdoor seating areas.
Okay, and what about the comment about reducing seating in order to have reduce the number of required places?
Yes, ma'am. So this site has an urban limited frontage, and so the UDO makes special parking ratios for those sites. And so this, I'll put it another way, if this site didn't have a UL frontage, then we would be basing our parking standards off of the amount of seating. The UL parking reduction says that, any use has to be seated or it has to be parked at one space per 500 square feet of non-resident or of gross floor area. And so under that standard, we are only required to provide 6 spaces. Under the typical UDO parking standards, we would be required to provide 40.
Yeah, and did the applicant consider other uses that don't require as much parking?
I don't know. I can't speak if the applicant has considered other uses, but for the UL parking standard, it would the amount of required spaces would be the same regardless of use. If it's any commercial use would be required to provide 6 spaces here under that UL parking ratio.
Okay, I'm good, Rodney.
Okay, thank you. Other board questions? Okay, then, and Mr. McDonald, did you have any questions based on anything you've heard?
We had one comment, and of course the applicant's request, this is related to parking, and I just want to state, of course, the applicant's request stands, but I wanted to note there was some discussion of whether or not they can take advantage of additional reductions that are afforded within the urban frontage, particularly that which states that I think as Worth was alluding to, that only 1 parking space per 500 square feet is required for all non-residential gross floor area, or whatever is required in the standard parking table, whichever is less. And that would get you to a lower parking requirement. It's my understanding they're still determine if they would qualify for that specific reduction or be held to a higher standard, which is the 40 spaces. And so I think this request is really being made out of abundance of caution. But I just wanted to note that hopefully that sort of clears up the kind of competing standards that you've heard. But again, the request does stand, but this is something that they are looking into further.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that that has not been officially resolved as to which test they will need to meet?
I believe that's correct. The applicant could probably speak to maybe the most recent conversations, but the urban frontage there within sets different standards in terms of required parking. And there is a general standard for non-residential uses that requires 1 space per 500 square feet of floor area. There's another that requires specific parking per number of seats, and that's related to restaurant uses within a certain distance of a residential district. So the intention there is to make sure the overflow doesn't impact the residential area. And I think there was still discussion or there still is discussion at the time of this meeting as to which standard would be applied. And out of caution, they've requested the most amount of relief would be needed if that lower standard is not held to.
Okay. So if that standard is held the higher standard, they would be required to provide a certain amount of off-street parking or identify a certain amount of off-street parking as a way of meeting that standard?
Yes. To clarify a little bit further, the standard that they are seeking relief from, I think, is the 40 spaces. And so they're only looking to provide about 5. However, if they are held to the eventual lower standard, they would only need a few spaces and they actually would be compliant.
Sure.
But they're seeking relief from that larger standard out of caution because that specific issue has not been resolved yet, to my knowledge.
Okay. Mr. Mills, do you want to respond to that?
Well, I think Keegan is referring to this particular section, which reads, restaurants, regardless of size, within 100 feet of a residential district must provide parking at a rate of 1 space for 150 square feet or 1 space per 5 seats. And we're not within 100 feet of a residential district. And so we've talked it over amongst ourselves, and we feel confident that the urban frontage reduction, which says 1 parking space per 500 square feet is required for all non-residential gross floor area, or the minimum number of parking spaces set forth in the parking table, whichever is less. And so that would place us at 6 required spaces. There is another urban limited parking reduction that says you don't have to provide any parking for the first 10,000 square feet of gross floor area if you meet the ground story height and ground story transparency requirements for a mixed use building. And we don't meet those standards. And so, I think out of all of those various provisions in the urban frontage parking standards, I'm pretty confident that, we're going to be held to that 1 parking space per 500 square feet provision. And so, in our discussions with our team, we think that is, that's our applicable standard. And so, we would only be required to provide 6 spaces regardless of what use ultimately goes on the site.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hill, just a question regarding procedure. If we approve this as at their request and yet if this issue comes up that they really should meet a higher parking standard, does something happen, or are we basically granting them the solution today by the actions we take?
Well, the city staff will review the plan based off the UDO and the relief that's granted. So if they are granted relief and that relief is not sufficient to deem the plan in compliance with the UDO, then they're in a position where they have to either come back to the board or comply with the standard. It's really, I'm not quite sure how that would play out, but it's it sounds like, and maybe I misunderstood from staff, that maybe, and Jess Rametta's here too if you need clarity, and Keegan, that they're asking for this out of the abundance of caution so they won't be in that position, but I could be wrong.
And this is Worth Mills. And when we originally filed the parking variance, we were under the assumption that we were being held to the 1 space per 5 seats requirement, which would put us at 40 spaces. Keegan brought to our attention the urban frontage parking reduction between the time that we submitted and the time and today. And so, the notice language may be off as far as the number of required spaces, but it's our understanding that we would only be required to provide 6, and so our request is for 1.
Okay. Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Any other board questions for the applicant? No. There are no additional participants to speak in support or opposition, so we'll wrap it up with the last chance for board questions.
And there's no rendering of this site at all? I mean, what I'm getting at, it's obviously a very, very complicated site, and to help unravel that and uncomplicated it would have been a really good rendering, because I'm a little shocked that the one has not been provided given the depth of all the requests. There's no rendering on this?
We do have some building elevation slides.
Yeah, that's right.
In our presentation.
But like that incorporates the landscape as well, like further back?
No, we don't have like a 3D concept plan.
Okay. Any other board questions? Mr. Mills, anything else from you?
No, sir.
Thank you. Keegan, anything else from you?
No, sir.
Okey-doke. Well, let's close the evidentiary hearing then and move to the board for deliberations. Again, we've got 3 different items we're going to be actually voting on separately. So let's start with a variance. Any comments, thoughts? Motion will be accepted.
This is Ms. Mile. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll move to a roll call vote then on the variance.
Thank you. Could we bring the presentation down, please, so I can see everybody? Thank you. All righty, calling out Mr. Miles.
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Coons.
Deny.
Deny. Thank you. And Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you. Vote is 4-1.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the design adjustment motion for the board deliberation.
I will go ahead and make a motion on that one as well to go ahead and approve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mile. I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? We'll move to a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Ms. Rudisill?
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Coons.
Deny.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you. Vote is 4-1.
Okay, then the design alternate. Board deliberations, motion.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Mile, we have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. Motion to approve in a second. Any further discussion? And let's move to a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Coons.
I'm actually okay with this component. Approve.
Thank you, and Mr. Sutton.
Approved.
Thank you. Vote 5-0.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mills and your team. Let's move along to evidentiary hearing 3. These are 2 cases that we're going to call together again, but vote on separately. This is 120 South Wilmington Street. The variance, BOA 0063-2019, and a design alternate A-2420. First Union National Bank of North Carolina is the property owner.
And Mr. Swink, you have 4 people signed up to participate. The first is Michael Birch, who's the attorney. And then you have 3 others. When I call your name, please state your address for the record, and the chair will reaffirm your oath for the record. So Jason Frost.
Jason Frost, present.
And can you please state your address?
3284 Northside Parkway, Atlanta, Georgia, 30327.
Mr. Frost, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Matthew Petter.
Present. 8609 Carriage Tour Lane, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27615.
Okay, Mr. Petter, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks.
And then you have Michael Vamprin.
Hey, this is Michael Vamprin, 129 Beasley Avenue, Durham, North Carolina.
Okay, Mr. Vamprin, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McDonald, let's move forward.
Thank you. I'll start just by reading the nature of request for each of these. First, whereas First Union National Bank of Carolina property owner requests a variance for complete relief from the outdoor amenity requirements set forth in sections 153, C1, C6, D5, and 326A3 of the Unified Development Ordinance, which requires 12% outdoor amenity area to be provided on site and uncovered for the proposed 32-story mixed-use building that is more than 50% non-residential and zone DX with a shop front frontage. A 173-foot variance to the 300-foot spacing standard set forth in Raleigh Street Design Manual, Article 9.5, to permit the north driveway, Building 1, to be located 127 feet from Morgan Street. A 61-foot variance to the 300-foot spacing standard, and an 18-foot variance to the 200-foot spacing requirement set forth in RSDM Article 9.5 to permit the middle driveway, Building 2, to be located 239 feet from Morgan Street, 182 feet from Hargett Street, and a 96-foot variance to the 200-foot spacing requirement to permit the southern driveway, Building 2 loading dock, to be located 104 feet from Hargett Street. Also, a 6-foot variance to the 6-foot side lot line setback of UDO Section 326B in order to permit the building to be located closer than 6 feet to the northern property line, and a 6-foot variance to the 6-foot side lot line setback of UDO Section 326B in order to permit the building to be located closer than 6 feet to the southern property line in order to construct a 32-story office building and associated parking structure on a 1.25 acre property, zone DX40SH, located at 120 South Wilmington Street. In addition, the applicant requests an 88-foot design alternate to Section 835C of the Unified Development Ordinance and Section 9.5 of the Street Design Manual, both of which require a minimum of 200 feet between driveways accessing up to an 80-foot wide street right-of-way in order to allow the northern driveway, Building 1, and the middle driveway, Building 2, to be distanced 112 feet from each other. A 11-foot design alternate to UDO Section 835C and RSDM Section 9.5, both of which require a minimum of 200 feet between driveways accessing up to an 80-foot wide street right-of-way in order to allow the northern driveway, Building 1, and the southern driveway, Building 2, loading dock, to be distant 189 feet from each other. A 123-foot design alternate to UDO Section 835C and RSDM Section 9.5, both of which require a minimum of 200 feet between driveways accessing up to an 80-foot wide street right-of-way in order to allow the middle driveway, Building 2, and the southern driveway, Building 2, loading dock, to be located 77 feet from each other. A design alternate to UDO Section 835A3 and RSDM Section 94A, which requires vehicles to enter and exit the parking area in a forward motion in order to permit the loading operations at the loading dock area. A design alternate for complete relief from cross-access requirements of UDO Section 835D, which requires internal vehicular circulation areas to be designed and installed to allow for cross-access between abutting lots so that compliance with UDO Section 835D is not required as to 15 East Hargett Street in order to construct the 32-story office building. So as you can see, that this is an existing parking deck and site that is proposed to be redeveloped. Just one note, reason for the 2019 case number is that this application was originally filed many months ago. and was put on hold to allow for further redesign of the site. So that's why it's coming back to you today with the additional design alternate relief that's also being sought. I'm going to move ahead a few slides. So apologies. Here is the site plan. So as to the first variance, it's to the amenity area requirement to provide 12% of the site as usable amenity area and that it be uncovered. So the applicant has included a proposed condition to provide amenity area off-site in the parking lot parcel, otherwise known as 15 East Target. It's my understanding this area is currently being used as off-site amenity, but that specific allowance is not afforded in the UDO, and thus the need to come forth with a variance. I'll proceed to the next slide. I think this is useful for illustrating a number of the requests related to spacing. So as it relates to the variance requests, the Raleigh Street Design Manual and the Raleigh Street Design Manual sets in place specific spacing standards from the intersections to driveways, and so you can see those outlined here. Really, what's along Wilmington Street, as is the case with many buildings that front that street, kind of the back of house operations. So there is multiple driveways here, accessing the site, parking deck, and a loading dock, and so they are essentially seeking relief in the forms of variance and design alternates to allow for substandard spacings between each of those driveways to each other, and then those driveways to the intersection. So that really is what is being asked for in terms of spacing relief, and it's outlined more specifically in the nature of request if you're curious. But the intention, again, is to concentrate a lot of the vehicular activity onto one area of the site while keeping the other areas predominantly available to pedestrians. Another piece of the variance request is seeking relief from the setback standards, and essentially due to the unique constraints of building, I believe in the downtown area, they're seeking relief such that the building may not exactly comply with the 6-foot side lot line requirements on either the north or south property lines. So this image is actually turned. The portion to your left, Morgan Street, that's to the north. Portion to the south is to your right in this image. And again, they're seeking relief from that standard such that the building may not exactly meet that specific requirement. On the design alternate piece, the other relief being sought besides driveway spacings is for the loading dock. There's a requirement within the street design manual that entering and exiting of a parking area be done in a forward motion. They are seeking to allow reverse motion within the loading dock. And that is specific to that driveway. The other piece is to not have to provide cross access to 15 East Hargett, which is shown here as the parking area at the intersection of Wilmington and Hargett. Staff had only minimal comments related to the variance requests. The first, as it relates to standard 3, the applicant is redeveloping the parcel and therefore has the option to include on-site amenity area that fully complies with the UDO. It's our understanding that they are providing amenity area, some on and some off-site, that will mostly be compliant. It's also our understanding that the parking lot parcel known as 15 East Hargett is being leased to the developer of the subject property, and that they have long-term control of that property to maintain as amenity area. But again, there is an option to include it on site, but that would require a different design than what's being pursued by the applicant. The last piece, as to the intent of the outdoor amenity, It's intended to provide usable on-site open space in both residential and non-residential developments for the healthy enjoyment and for healthy enjoyment of occupants, invitees, and guests of the development. In more intensely developed urban contexts, outdoor amenity areas are also intended to provide visual breaks. So just giving you a little insight into the outdoor amenity requirement as it's applied, especially in a more urban context. I think this image does show reasonably where the outdoor amenity area will be. Again, a number of those spaces are covered, which is also what's being, why relief is being. And there's an existing pedestrian passage that's kind of outlined in blue there, where a significant portion of the outdoor amenity will be located as well. So that concludes my comments. I will note there's been extensive conversations related to this project with transportation staff, so I'm sure they can answer any questions related to the driveway elements. I'm also happy to answer any questions that you may have on any of the zoning matters.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Do we have any board questions for Mr. McDonald? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the applicant. Mr. Birch, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Swink, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Before we get going, if I may offer staff's presentation, the staff report, our application, and our presentation into the record as evidence. Okay, duly noted. And as was done earlier, but just want to touch base again on who's attending this with me. It is Jason Frost with Preferred Office Partners, the developer of this project. Matthew Petter, architect with Due to Payne, and then Michael Vamprin, landscape architect with McAdams. So just from an overview standpoint, I'm going to turn it over first to Jason Frost just to introduce Preferred Office, provide a little vision and some history of working with the city. I then will ask Matthew Petter to run through a couple of architectural images, just because I think it's important to see the whole project when you're making these kind of detailed decisions, especially when they're such a high quality, high level of design project such as this. And then I will come back and focus on the specific requests, first related to transportation, then I'll touch on the setback variances, and then end on the outdoor amenity area request, just in anticipation that that might be where the bulk of the comments and questions are. So with that, I will first turn it over to Jason Frost.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you for the opportunity to come before you with this exciting project. When we acquired 150 Fayetteville in 2018, we were really excited to find out that we had this zoning of DX40 shopfront on this site. Raleigh is a big contender for our expansion in the North Carolina market. We bought 150 Fayetteville, and we bought Cap Trust as well in North Hills. And so when we acquired this in 18, we started looking at it, and we looked at everything from building on top of the existing deck and going vertical. We looked at an option which we went down the path with pretty heavily of demoing half of the deck and building on top of the other half, an expansion for the 150 customers. And along that way, we spent time with the traffic group, the planning department, and such on all of the different concerns everyone had. And it's been a great collaboration, and I think we've addressed a lot of the concerns along the way. And working with the traffic department, we have been able to working to secure off-site parking temporarily that would enable us to drop the entire deck, which enhances the streetscape experience both on 150 on the 100 block of Fayetteville as well as Wilmington, as well as increasing and making a much better pedestrian experience in between Wilmington and Fayetteville Street. And so, you know, it's just been a great collaboration, and we're really, really happy with where we've gotten today, and you know, look forward to getting into the details with you all.
Great. Thank you, Jason. If Matthew Petter's on, Matthew, if you want to run through these slides, you'll just have to kind of ask Keegan to forward them for you.
That's perfect. Well, I'll start here, and thank you, board, for taking the time to look at this project. As Jason said, we're very excited about it. And we think that these visuals will just help assist us in describing what's happening in the design on the ground floor, the improvements that we're making to the Fayetteville Street and Wilmington Street corridors, as well as the improvements to the pedestrian passageway between Fayetteville and Wilmington that is a heavily used path, but will be even more heavily used after the design it being our intention. So this first image here is looking southeast from, you know, kind of floating over the Capitol building and looking down. You can see the new lower parking garage in the foreground with an art installation on the side of the parking garage and perforated metal panels, and then the taller building beyond. What you see halfway up that taller building is an amenity terrace, an amenity for the users of the building that's about a 2,000 square foot outdoor terrace and another 2,000 square feet of lobby space inside. And at the top of the building, on the top left, you see another outdoor amenity terrace for the users of the building. Down on the ground floor, because we have been able to redesign the whole ground floor from scratch, we've been able to create deeper, more usable retail spaces, and also provide those retail spaces with outdoor areas for outdoor seating that could provide activity and life on this section of Fayetteville Street. If you can go to the next slide. Perfect. This is Wilmington Street. This image here would put the pedestrian or the viewer standing just on the east side of One Exchange Plaza, looking north on Wilmington Street. And we all know Wilmington Street is extremely successful, and so there is a need and a responsibility for us to make sure that we create an active corner here. What you see on the side of the parking garage is another art installation. And just below that art installation is, in the rendering of a food truck parked, there's an area for art in that pedestrian passageway, as long as some lighting to help invite people into that pedestrian corridor. There's an alley right now between the existing parking garage and the bank to the south that is underdeveloped and not as inviting. So we see this project as an opportunity to help deliver that passageway as a new amenity to the city. Also halfway up the building here on the first floor of office that's just on top of the parking is another outdoor terrace, another amenity for the users, and then the office building above. We can go to the next slide. This view is back on Fayetteville Street, looking at the ground floor lobby entrance that's in the southwest corner of the building. To the right is the pedestrian passageway that has been widened. There's lights, there's seating, there's landscaping. McAdams has done an exceptional job of planning that out and helping create activity. We've also, for this ground floor lobby, used a very transparent glazing system and turned the corner with the glazing system so that it not only opens up to Fayetteville Street, but it opens up to the pedestrian passageway as well. So we're really trying to raise the width and breadth of that first invitation a user has into both the building and into the passageway from Fayetteville Street to Wilmington Street. And then to the left, you'll see that we have also created, just past the stone elevator core, there's retail spaces that march up the street on the ground floor. And those retail spaces are significantly deeper and taller than the existing ones on the site. And we're very excited to have outdoor seating options available for those spaces. And that's what you see in those green spaces for the outdoor amenity diagram that we looked at to begin with. We go to the next slide. This is a closer view at the amenity terrace on the 17th level of the office building. Just below the amenity terrace are other indoor amenities for the users of the building, the conference room in the middle, just below, and then the fitness center to the left on level 16 below. And then also the first floor of office has a balcony that looks out over this as well. And this view is going to be really incredible looking back over the Capitol building to the north. And next slide, please. This slide shows the entrance into the ground floor lobby. Now you're looking back north, an art wall to the north, the concierge desk to the right, and the elevator bank that will take you up to the office building to the left. Next slide, please. Close-up of the amenity terrace that's on the top floor of the building, level 32, with a lot of outdoor seating and space. Next slide, please. This is what the user will first see as they exit the elevators on the 17th level for the sky lobby. You're looking north to the outdoor terrace, and once you step out into that outdoor terrace, you'll be looking north over the Capitol building. Next slide, please. This is looking, now that you've stepped off the elevators, you're now looking east towards the main core of the building. You're still on level 17, halfway up the building. And there's an opportunity here for some activity, a coffee shop that can spill out with some gathering space and a little indoor-outdoor flexibility for the users of the building, as well as an opportunity for art installations on the floor. Next slide, please. Looking back into that space from the outside, you can see the scale of the space. It's a quite high floor-to-floor for this level, increased over the other levels. And just above you is that balcony on the level above on level 18. Next slide, please. And then some indoor spaces just for your reference. This is the fitness center just below that amenity terrace, also looking north towards the Capitol. Next slide, please. And the conference space in the northwest corner of the building. Next slide, please. And we just, we set in a few more views. This one was from a video that we created just to get a better perspective down that pedestrian passageway. So you can see the plantings on the right-hand side, as well as some architectural lighting, and then integrated bench seating, as well as a scoring pattern that reflects the geometry of the building. So improvements not only in landscape, but in hardscape as you go down that edge of the building and connect Wilmington Street to Fayetteville Street. That's really an important part of this site. Next slide, please. And also just wanted to emphasize the fact that the garage to the north retail space is being improved as well with outdoor seating. Currently those spaces are very small and underutilized, and so we're looking forward to the opportunity to create more outdoor seating and more activity, both with height and depth of those retail spaces. And that's all 13 slides. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Keegan, at this time, go to our presentation. Great. You go to the next slide, please. So everything that Matthew just talked about was on really the amenity area request. And again, I will kind of touch on that. Again, we'll leave that discussion until the end. Just again, want to orient you again. Again, this is the Alexander parking deck that sits mid-block between Morgan and Hargill, Fayetteville, and Wilmington. You can see that we'll touch on this later, but you can see this kind of odd notch in the bottom, or call it southeast corner of the building. And it is in that area, kind of just south of that, near that little park surface lot that you can see. That's where we're talking about some of that off-site amenity area. If you go to the next slide, please. Again, this is just existing conditions. You can kind of see the existing parking deck there today. And just kind of, again, it's not the most attractive building that we have, particularly on Fayetteville Street, with this open air deck and, again, kind of limited retail space along Fayetteville and Wilmington for that matter. If you go to the next slide. And this is the backside of that existing deck. Again, with that largely empty retail space, given the bay constraints. Can you go to the next slide? Again, this is our site plan. We can kind of come back and touch on that briefly, but if you go to the next slide, that is, again, that kind of rendered color plan. And so I'll kind of just sit here for just a moment to highlight our transportation-related requests. Again, we have a number of design alternates. The first number of which are related to our driveways along Wilmington Street. I'll just note on the front end, when we first met with the city many years ago about this site, the first thing that they told us was, don't even think about vehicular access onto Fayetteville Street, which we understand. But because we're also mid-block, our access is on Wilmington Street. Here we are providing, as Jason mentioned, we're going to have kind of two decks, although they're going to talk with one another. But in this building one, you can kind of see the northernmost driveway there, closest to Morgan Street. Then there's this middle set of driveways, which is also a deck access. And then the last driveway, called the furthest south, is for the loading dock area. And so, again, because we cannot have access on any other side of this building, limited to Wilmington Street, we have attempted to space out the driveways as best we can, both relative to the intersections and relative to one another. Given the size, intensity of this development, we wanted to provide multiple points of ingress, egress to the deck, and of course needed a area for loading operations interior to the building, so that things were not kind of cluttering up Wilmington Street, which the city has a more pedestrian-friendly goal for than maybe some current segments today. So this diagram identifies the distance requests for our northern driveway relative to the middle driveway and to the loading dock driveway, as well as from the middle driveway to the loading dock driveway. Those are our three design alternate requests relative to driveway spacing. The reverse motion request for our loading service, again, no access on the Fayetteville means there's really no pull-through opportunities on this site. And so Wilmington is a one-way street, so trucks will be able to kind of either come in, head in, and reverse out, or vice versa. But that does require a design alternate. I can just say, based on our conversations with the city, the applicant is going to incorporate technology at these entrance points that alert pedestrians to activities coming, cars coming from the deck, service area, again, to provide that safety element. And then last design alternate request relates to cross access over this, what we call the parking lot parcel. So it's, in the upper right-hand corner that you're looking at, but southeast. So this parcel, again, is not owned by the owner of the development site, but there is a long-term lease over a portion of that property that's used for the current pedestrian walkway. But they are utilizing their site for 6 parking spaces. It's a very small site. Given our existing access points onto Wilmington Street, given the small nature of the block and really just the overall pedestrian nature of this downtown site, there really is no benefit to having cross access between those parcels. It would also impact their use of that parcel for parking, It would not allow us to utilize that area of the property for the pedestrian passageway or pedestrian walkway that exists today. And then obviously when we're dealing with a parking structure, it's located on the other side of the building, that impacts connectivity there as well. Again, from a response standpoint, we've asked that our application be included into the record, and we have our responses to each of those design alternate requests before you, but happy to talk specifically to any of those if you have any questions. The other transportation related requests are in the nature of variances, and they relate to the proximity of our driveways to the intersection of public streets. So we are requesting a variance from this northernmost parking deck entrance relative to Morgan Street. Spacing between this middle parking deck entrance between both Morgan and Hargett Street, and then the loading dock entrance relative to Hargett Street. Again, from a hardship standpoint, it's not developed the site as it's called for by zoning without these variances. We're only allowed access on Wilmington Street, which means we also must have loading off of this street. Given the intensity and the size of the deck, which will also accommodate excess parking, you need 2 points of ingress, egress here. Peculiar to the property, again, we have only access to Wilmington, which is unusual with other blocks in this downtown area, and no access to side streets either. Again, not by action of the applicant, and again, consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent, because we are providing adequate spacing relative to the intersections as well as the site access points as well. That is it for the transportation-related requests. Next is the request for side yard setback relief along the northern property line, which when you're looking at this site plan, it is along the left-hand side, so the northern side of the building, left-hand side of the page. So in the DX, you have a requirement for a 0 foot or a 6 foot setback. It's 0 or 6, nothing in between along that interior or northern property line. We're asking for relief because even though we are trying to locate that building as close to our property line as possible, and we are complying with the building code all along that facade, there are actually portions of the existing buildings to the north that encroach onto this property, which obviously makes it difficult, impossible for us to comply with that 0 foot setback. Also, that property line is a tad bit askew as it runs from Fayetteville to Wilmington. It's not directly perpendicular between both. And so there are points where it's a little more than 0 feet because of that. From a hardship standpoint, this would obviously impact the location of the building. It would require a full 6 foot off of that property line, which would actually, when we get to consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent, would be kind of contra to what the intent is. It would create this kind of dark space that's hard to maintain and really just would not keep a consistent street wall that's desirable in this kind of most core of our downtown. It is peculiar to the property, not by reason of the applicant, given those existing building encroachments off of other properties. And as I mentioned, we are building it as close to 0 feet as we can so that we don't create those kind of odd crevices and spaces along the street wall. So last, we'll touch on the outdoor amenity area request. So before getting into kind of what our requirements are and what our proposal is, I want to note 2 things. Obviously, we were asking for complete relief, and I'll get into the reason for that, but I want to assure the board that we are providing 12% outdoor amenity area on the ground level. So many of those things that Matthew showed you in the renderings of the buildings, the 17th floor, terrace, outdoor area, lobby, fitness, conference area, the 32nd floor terrace, amenity area. Actually, none of that even contributes to our 12% outdoor amenity area, but obviously provides usable amenity area for the occupants, guests, and invitees of the development. So with regard to, again, this kind of small off-site area that's on that parking lot parcel, where that kind of our property line jogs, but it's where that existing walkway exists, a portion of it exists, allowing that full connection between Fayetteville Street and Wilmington Street. So as part of the original plan for the Alexander parking deck, which was a site plan back in the late 90s, approved in 99, the site plan showed this 10-foot kind of walkway area across that adjacent property, which was owned then by the same folks that own that parking lot parcel today. So it has never been owned by the owner of the deck parcel, call it. But the site plan for the deck showed, that walkway going over that adjacent parking lot parcel. After the site plan was approved, and as they were attempting to pull permits, building permits for the parking deck, the city said, hey, we've got to have, some assurances that this is going to remain because it's not on your property. And they gave the developer 3 options. 1, acquire the property before we issue the building permit, or allow you to pull a CO. Second, acquire an easement over that area till at least 2030 to allow for the walkway, or lease that area through at least the year 2030, so approximately 30 years. By way of lease, recorded in the public registry, which is now in favor of current developer, they actually have lease rights over this area until 2080. So actually for another 60 years from today. And that memorandum of lease is found at book 3530, page 36 of the Wake County Registry. And so that remains in effect and still provides rights to the developer of this parcel for another 60 years to locate, maintain that area for a walkway, etc. So we are, again, that has been, call it an existing condition for 20 years now. And what we are asking to do through this variance is to essentially allow us to count a portion of that property, which we are going to heavily amenitize, as you saw in some of those elevations, allow us to count that as part of our 12% outdoor amenity area. I think it's important to note that the definition or what's required for outdoor amenity areas, that it be provided on site and then usable to the occupants and invitees. And the UDO defines site as a lot or group of lots, contiguous lots that are owned or functionally controlled by the same person for the purpose of development. Well, here, we pretty much have that definition of site between the project parcel and the parking lot parcel, because the same person that is going to be developing this project does functionally control a portion of that property for its intended purpose, which is this outdoor amenity area. And so we have rights in that area, and we think that kind of meets the intent of site. And then obviously the people who use this are not aware, of these invisible property lines. So the reality on the ground is this is going to look and function as one continuous outdoor amenity space between Fayetteville Street and Wilmington Street, even though, it may not be, quote unquote, a portion of it may not be, quote unquote, on site. So the two purposes or reasons that drive this variance request is, number one, that in the DX district, your outdoor amenity area cannot be covered. Although there's no definition of what covered means, whether that occurs, where it occurs on the building, the height of that covering, et cetera. And then the other issue is, again, that quote unquote on site, which we've already touched on. And I'll just note that that small green area that is on the parking lot parcel is only about 587 square feet. So it's a very small portion of our overall requirement for over 6,600 square feet of outdoor amenity area. And I'll touch on the kind of covered portion right now as well. So you will see along the Fayetteville Street side, which again is kind of on the bottom of your screen, those green areas. Those green areas are essentially for outdoor seating. They are underneath a building overhang. And Matthew, if you have specific questions about that, can answer some questions about that. But that covered amenity area obviously is there for the use and enjoyment of both the occupants of the building, but also just the public as they come to these retail restaurant spaces along Fayetteville Street. The outdoor amenity area along the Wilmington Street frontage is also quote unquote covered because there is a building overhang above that. But again, we expect that to be outdoor seating or other kind of amenitized area. And then as Matthew noted, as kind of that initial invitation as you're headed north along Fayetteville Street, that initial invitation when you get to that corner of the building, that building kind of overhang kind of comes out to greet you. And that causes a portion of that walkway area between Fayetteville and Wilmington to be quote unquote covered with that kind of building canopy or building overhang. So, from a variance standard standpoint, we are asking for the variance essentially to allow some of this outdoor amenity area to be covered, a very small portion, just about 9%, to occur off site. But we are providing, 12% outdoor amenity area, which is what's required. It's above that regular 10% requirement because of the height of the building. But we are providing that 12%. We are complying with the other standards, which require it to be visually permeable, adjacent, contiguous to the public sidewalk, and ADA accessible and those other requirements. Again, from a hardship standpoint, strict compliance would require obviously a substantial reduction in the footprint of the building because some area can't be quote unquote covered. It would also require substantial decrease in the footprint of the building along the south side because of that notch in the property there. From a peculiar standpoint, again, we are along Fayetteville Street, which already provides about 30 feet of streetscape width uncovered between the back of curb and our property line, which is nearly double the other portions or streets in downtown Raleigh from a streetscape width standpoint. And again, there's that peculiar notch in the property on the south side. Those things are not a result of the applicant. And then I think it's important to consider, again, the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance. Staff mentioned kind of the two intent statements. The first of which is usable on-site space for occupants and invitees. The covering of these amenity areas actually makes them more usable. It's in these downtown areas that we want to provide some shade. These building overhangs also make these outdoor spaces kind of more comfortable, again, protecting from sunlight, protecting from wind shear coming down a very tall building. So it actually makes those spaces more usable, not just for the occupants and invitees, but really for the public along the ground floor, since those will likely be kind of restaurant spaces. And as you all know, from an outdoor space, that is becoming even more and more important in this time of COVID, really crucial to the survival of restaurant space. And then Fayetteville Street and having this area along Fayetteville Street and these kind of notches into the building provide an unusual opportunity to provide outdoor seating without really significantly impacting or impeding the pedestrian movement or the pedestrian use of the sidewalk. Think about other places downtown like Hargett Street. Sometimes it's hard to kind of navigate your way between the building face and the outdoor seating that's put there, in that kind of streetscape area. But obviously we will not have that here because we're notching into the building and then have that additional 30 feet along Fayetteville Street. So, and then I also want to focus on that area between that walkway on the south side of the building between Fayetteville and Wilmington. For those of you that are familiar with that space, it is kind of a dark, uncomfortable, underimproved, lacking in amenities, a place that, has received a couple of nicknames, all negative, about that kind of space. And obviously you have seen through the renderings a significant level of attention given to amenitizing that space and activating that space and making it more usable. Again, not just for the occupants and invitees of the building, but really the public that continues to use that as a connection between Fayetteville and Wilmington. And then second, from a visual break standpoint, again, those renderings showed those retail bays really stretching the length of the building along Fayetteville Street. That breaks up the visual, kind of provides visual breaks while maintaining that street wall, which was very important to planning staff when we initially met with them. It spreads out the activity along the street, not just in kind of one location. And again, we're enhancing that visual break that's provided on the south side by making that more active and identifying that better. And again, just want to emphasize that none of the area that we're counting includes the significant amount of amenity area provided interior to the building. So we think that we've certainly met the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance on that point. So with that, I will stop and turn it over back to the chair and let you know that myself and the other members of the team are here to answer any questions that you may have. I think Rodney's on mute.
Yeah, Mr. Swink, I think you might be on mute.
I apologize. I was trying to stay out of trouble and I got in trouble anyway. Okay, let me go back with board opportunity for questions. Anyone? Okay.
Hey, John Kuntz.
Okay.
Michael, what's the width of that amenity area? I mean, I know what it looks like now, and by how much more width are you providing in that? Because I assume what I'm seeing, what you guys provided, is much greater than what's already there.
Yes, I may ask Michael Vamper or Matthew Petter, whichever one is kind of best. I mean, right now it's really just a little
alleyway.
A little path, but they can maybe provide more detail in terms of width, and it may be a matter of, the actual width versus what we're going to be providing in terms of like a usable width.
Right. Yeah.
So, Michael or Matthew, or either one of y'all able to provide some detail on that?
Be sure you're unmuted. Fall into my trap.
This is Michael. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Along Fayetteville Street, we are opening up the building a little bit more. So it's a 35-foot width, and then along the interior corridor, it's about a 20 to a 25-foot width between building face to building face.
Okay. This is a question more to staff and Keegan. I'm gonna ask it now anyways because maybe it may apply to Michael if you guys know it. So how do we really differentiate how we define amenity areas from this downtown district versus a suburban? Like is there just, I know they talked about covered, which is not necessarily the case, if you get up, say Falls News Road somewhere. Is that a real thing?
Yeah. So John, this is Michael Birch. So under section 1.5.3 C, general requirements, there's a statement that says, in all other districts except for DX, your outdoor amenity area may be covered, but not enclosed. So it's really, from a covered standpoint, that issue only comes when you are zoned DX. Now,
meaning you have to be enclosed in DX or non-enclosed? You have to be.
No, meaning you can't be covered.
Covered. Sorry, you're covered. Yeah. Okay. Can't be covered.
Yep. And then the other, so that's where the cover comes.
That was what I was really getting at, was covered versus enclosed, and why we distinguish. I don't like that actually, but it is what it is. Okay. Thank you for doing my research for me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Other questions from anyone?
Hey, Michael, this is Marvin. You mentioned a 60-year lease rights earlier. Was that on top of an existing lease that you spoke of in the southeast corner?
No, so that the initial lease was entered into, let's see here, for a total of 95 years.
Okay.
Beginning in 1985. So that runs through 2080. It is that same lease that formed the basis for the city to be comfortable, where they said, hey, if you maintain that lease through 2030, we'll issue this building permit and CO for the parking deck.
Okay.
So that's one and the same.
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you so much.
Great question. Other questions? Anyone? Again, let me go back to Mr. McDonald. Anything you've heard you have a question about?
No questions. Just to provide a little bit further elaboration on amenity area requirements. The comments made by Michael, of course, are correct. That, in fact, in the DX area, what are labeled as urban plazas, they're actually a little bit more restrictive about, and I should say restrictive and prescriptive about what area should be and what's required, in that it cannot be covered within the DX, whereas there is an allowance for covered amenity area elsewhere within the city. And I think this further goes back to the goal of wanting it to provide visual breaks and ensuring true open space. Of course, Michael has made arguments, and the applicant's team have made their arguments about why their amenity area, should be approved, even though it doesn't meet the code in a strict fashion. But I just wanted to elucidate the few details, and that's in section again 153D, the specific requirements related to urban plazas.
Okay, great. Thank you. So no one else signed up to speak in support or opposition. We'll skip that. Last chance for board questions. Anyone? Mr. Birch, anything else from you?
No, sir. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. And we just heard from Mr. McDonald. I trust there's no further comment there. So we will close the evidentiary hearing and we'll move to the board deliberations. We're going to vote on the variances, and then the design alternate. So let's discuss them first with the variances. So board deliberations, I'll entertain a motion if there is one to be offered.
It's John Coons. I'll make a motion to approve. I like it.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Swink, if I could really quickly ask Mr. Koontz, the variance application is the one that has the proposed condition. So is your motion to approve including that proposed condition?
Thanks for clarification. Yes, motion to approve with condition.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hill. I missed that as well. We have a motion to approve with the conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second, move things along. So we've got a motion to approve and a second with conditions. Any further discussion? We'll roll call vote on the variances, please.
I'm sorry, I actually heard Mr. Miles second ahead of you, Mr. Chairman Swink.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Thank you, Mr. Miles.
Thank you. I have one question though. What was the condition? Because I don't remember seeing it anywhere or it being spoken of.
It's listed in the application under nature of variance 1. I can read it to you. It's also in the application.
If it just pointed to the page, whatever page is on the application, I can always quote it from there.
It's attached to the staff report as it's page 6 of what I have here. There's 5 pages and they stop being numbered. This will be page 6 of variance request. You could say as specified in the applicant's nature of variance request included in the staff report under number 1.
Okay, we'll figure that part out. Thank you. Then, roll call vote, please. Mr. Coons?
Approve with condition.
Mr. Mile?
Approve with condition.
Thank you. Chairman Swink?
Approve with condition.
Thank you, Ms. Ridicel. Ms. Ridicel, you're muted.
Approve with condition.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve with conditions.
Thank you. That makes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Now let's move to the design alternates discussion and entertain a motion for that.
Motion approved.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. We have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? We'll move to a roll call vote then.
Thank you, Mr. Coons.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Ridicel.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approved.
Thank you. 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on to our next case, we're going to take a short break. Catherine will be conducting our next hearing. Mr. Koontz is going to need to be leaving hard stop by 4:15. So, Mr. Kenny, would you please be alert to this one because you will likely be voting on this next case.
The next one looks pretty. It's pretty detailed. He might have to step in. Now I'm gonna listen to 4:15, but
that's why I wanted to go ahead and give him a heads up, just in case you had to go. So he'll be ready to go.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
That's fine.
No worries. So let us take let's make a 10-minute break here. Thank you, and then we'll come back. Thank you. We're going to move down to evidentiary hearing case 4. Ms. Hill will conduct this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Swink. This is case, or the property address here is 14201 and 14301 Falls of Neuse Road and 11081 Forest Pines Drive. The property owners are Madison Wake Forest MF LLC, MCG 10313 LLC, and Angels Landing LLC. These are requests for variances, and it's BOA case 52-2020. I'm going to do something a little different here. I'm going to swear the the participants in as the need comes to call them. So we can go ahead and start with the staff presentation, which is King and McDonald.
Okay, thank you very much. I will note there have been some discussions with the applicant prior to the meeting. As you can see, the nature of request is quite large. Request 5, which is split into multiple requests itself, are all pertaining to the already developed condo lot in the northeast of the property. I'll let the applicant confirm, but it's my understanding they are choosing to withdraw all requests related to that condo lot, given a recent instruction from Development Services, such that a pending subdivision will separate that lot out from the site, and thus relief is no longer needed. I will, again, let the applicant confirm that, but read the nature of requests related to items 1 through 4. Whereas Madison Wake Forest MF LLC, MCG 10313 LLC, Angels Landing LLC property owners request 1, a variance for relief from the pedestrian access way requirements set forth in section 343D1, so that no pedestrian access ways must be provided to Falls of Neuse Road or from 4201 Falls of Neuse Road parcel to Common Oaks Drive. Relief from 300-foot pedestrian access way spacing and width requirements set forth in 343D2. A 200-foot variance to permit a distance of no more than 500 feet between the northernmost pedestrian access way on Common Oaks Drive and the northeast corner of 14301 Falls of Neuse Road property, and a 116-foot variance to permit a distance of 416 feet between the pedestrian access way on Forest Pines Drive in the southeast corner of the property at the intersection of Falls of Neuse Road and Forest Pines Drive, and a 5-foot variance from the 10-foot minimum width requirement for pedestrian access ways to permit pedestrian access ways to be no less than 5 feet, and a 10-foot variance from the 10-foot protective yard buffer requirement set forth in 724D to permit buildings to be located no less than 50 feet from Common Oaks Drive without providing an additional buffer from the Parkway frontage protective yard. These requests are all made in order to construct 216 dwelling units on a 13.03 acre property zone CX3, PK, and UWPOD, located at 4201 and 14301 Falls of Neuse Road and 11081 Forest Pines Drive. So I will keep my presentation rather brief, but as you can see, here is the subject property. Again, it is shown here as 3 separate tax parcels, but it is all one lot of record, meaning that this is a condo type ownership, and thus that's why you see the boundaries. However, in terms of real property, it is all one actual lot. And I'll let the applicant explain a little bit more about the history and what's proposed in terms of a future subdivision. Moving to the site plan and just going over the variance requests rather quickly. So first there is request to not provide pedestrian access to Falls of Neuse Road, given the constraints shown herein to the south. There is also relief sought from providing pedestrian access, direct pedestrian access from the 14201 Falls of Neuse Road parcel to Common Oaks Drive. There is also, again, relief from the spacing standards such that pedestrian access is be spaced every 500 feet. And so if you bear with me one moment, I can try and annotate where the pedestrian accesses are. But there's relief sought from providing another spacing between these 2 points that would be roughly halfway between. And then there's also relief being sought from providing secondary pedestrian access here along Forest Pines Drive between the existing access and the intersection shown. The other piece of this request is related to the minimum width of these pedestrian access ways. Code requires 10 feet. Applicant is requesting 5 feet. The last is that the relief from the 10-foot protective yard buffer requirement. There is a protective yard required, and also a requirement that beyond that 50-foot protective yard, no buildings be placed within 10 feet. The applicant is seeking to locate some of the buildings closer than 10 feet to the protective yard, and I believe that's relevant to Common Oaks Drive. Staff does not have any comments on the remaining, or on the request, I should say. I know transportation staff is available, as a number of these are transportation related. And again, request number 5 and all of its constituent parts, it is our understanding, are being removed or withdrawn, subject to recent discussions with development services staff and the plan review staff.
Okay, does the board have any questions for Keegan? Okay, does transportation have anything they want to add at this time?
No, we are good. We are available for questions.
Okay, so we'll now hear from the applicant. The attorney for this case is Toby Coleman. He does not need to be sworn in since he's the attorney. But Mr. Coleman, there are 2 people signed up to participate with the applicant, which is Joe Teague and Chandler Turner. So if you call either one of your witnesses, we'll need to have them sworn in.
All right, I think I just got turned on. Can you all hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. This is Toby Coleman, 150 Fayetteville Street. I'm an attorney with the Smith Anderson Law Firm, and have the honor of representing the applicants Madison Wake Forest MF LLC and MCG 1031-3 LLC. These are affiliates of the Madison Capital Group. With me today are Joe Teague, who's the president of Madison Capital Group, as well as Chandler Turner, who is who's an engineer with McAdams. They are the engineer of record for this project. I guess starting off, just to clarify things, I know there was a note that this seemed like a rather involved variance. I would agree. It's certainly the longest variance I've ever had to write out. The good news is that most of that is, as Keegan said, is gone. We've spent the last couple of weeks really working hand in hand with staff on this, and so that variance request number 5, as it relates to 11081 Forest Pines, which is the existing medical office building, staff has determined that there was another way to handle that administratively, and we didn't need to get a bunch of variances to permit that building to remain as is. So that is off the table. So we're left with the first sort of variances 1 through 4, which are listed there in the summary. This is these variances are related to the development of 14201 and 14301 Falls of Neuse. They're actually, so as Keegan, would you mind going back to show sort of an overview of the 3 parcels? So that one's great. Yeah. So as you can see here, so 14201 is the lot in the southwest corner with the red line around it. 14301 is the large middle sort of parcel. It is in a land condo with the with the property in the northeast corner of the property, and so is considered to be, I guess, one parcel for the purposes of zoning purposes. The large parcel and the northeastern parcel are considered to be a single parcel for zoning purposes. The southwestern parcel is its own separate parcel. And so that triggers at least one of our variance requests. It sort of breaks the brain a little bit to think about sort of why these are why these are separate tax parcels but not separate parcels for zoning purposes. I won't bore you with it, but it's sort of part of the reason why we ended up having such a long variance request. But ultimately, again, I want to compliment staff. They really worked with us to try to figure out ways to make this as efficient as possible while still honoring the code. Keegan, if you wouldn't mind going back to that summary. Thank you. And so the first three variances, as Keegan summarized, are related to pedestrian access requirements and building setback requirements that are all associated with the parkway frontage zoning of the property. And then the fourth variance relates to basically ensuring that the existing drive to the property and to the existing medical office building is legal under existing code. If you can go to the next slide, Keegan. So the first variance, which relates to our request that that no pedestrian access way be provided along to 14201 Falls of Neuse, is really sort of a pretty technical requirement variance. Basically, the concern here was that because 14201 Falls of Neuse is a small parcel in the southwestern corner of this overall development, it might be subject to a parkway frontage requirement that requires that it have at least one pedestrian access way on that property. That little parcel there is going to end up being, as you can see, primarily a stormwater facility. It is also going to be recombined with a larger parcel at the end of the site plan development process. And so the plan is to provide a pedestrian access way just to the north of the existing property line, which is less than 300 feet from the intersection. This is, again, the hardship here is that the existing topography of the property, this is sort of the low point where the stormwater would go, and the plan is not to develop this, so providing a pedestrian access way here, especially in light of the fact that the property will ultimately be recombined, is a bit unnecessary. So that's the request there. If you can go to the next slide, Keegan. Keegan highlighted this variance. This is the pedestrian access spacing variance request. Basically, for variance 2A, which is along Common Oaks, which is that sort of northern area, as Keegan pointed out, there is a request that there not be another pedestrian access way provided north of there's two pedestrian access ways along Common Oaks Drive. You can see one is highlighted in green, and maybe I should have highlighted a little bit darker green, but hopefully you can see it. The issue there is topography. There's about a 15 to 20 foot difference and change in topography between the Common Oaks right of way and frankly, about 10 or 20 feet into the property, and it just makes pedestrian access infeasible in that location. The main reason that is, which I didn't fully appreciate until McAdams informed me, is that pedestrian access has to be ADA compliant. And so in order to do that, you'd have to have all sorts of ramps and things like that. It'd be very challenging and actually take up quite a bit of space. Similar issue for that other variance 2B, which is in the southeastern side of the property. That's basically where the pedestrian access would be. There's a pedestrian access sort of in the middle of the property there along Forest Pines, again highlighted in probably a lighter green than I should have. But the the next pedestrian access would need to be about 300 feet south of that. You start getting into the stream buffer there, which is highlighted there in blue. That's just impractical, can't access it, and for protection of the natural buffers, want to avoid that. The related variance request there is a request from a variance from the requirement in the parkway frontage provisions that requires that pedestrian access ways be 10 feet wide, which is significantly larger than even standard sidewalks. All the required sidewalks around this property are 6 feet wide, and particularly with ADA compliance, topography, everything else, we are requesting that a variance so that the pedestrian access ways that are provided onto this property can be 5 feet wide. Keegan, if you go to the next slide. So this is the last of the variances related to the parkway frontage. There is because this property is subject to parkway frontages, there is a 50-foot landscaped street yard that must be provided along Common Oaks. That's highlighted in blue. That is going to be provided. The complication comes here in the variance request that we are asking for is a variance from a provision in the code that says that you have to set buildings back 10 feet from the 50-foot protective yard. This is sort of an odd provision in the code, but basically, in this case, the issue here is that, as you've seen, there's a lot of topography on this site. There's also a stream on the southern end of the site. It limits the developable area of the site for its zoned use and for the density that is intended, via the zoning. And so the request here is to permit the buildings to be to encroach within 10 feet of the buffer yard. So not into the parkway frontage, but rather be located within 10 feet of the parkway frontage, so that the buildings can be street facing, so that there's not parking there. Again, part of the issue there is you've got significant topography along the street, and you've got a limited area, sort of flat developable area on the property. The final variance, which I don't believe we have a slide for, is related to the driveway area. This was something that, Keegan, if you go to the next slide. The driveway area is is in the eastern part of the property, right below that yellow line. Yeah, right there. That's an existing driveway that accesses both the existing medical office building at 11081 Forest Pines, and under the site plan would provide access to the new apartment development. It is approximately, right at the street edge. It's about 50-something feet. My understanding is that that at site plan they actually look at what's known as the throat of the street, which is when it narrows down past the radii of the driveway. The driveway has a landscape median in it, and if that median is included, it is over the 32-foot maximum width by a few feet. So we went out of an abundance of caution for a pretty significant variance from that request. I think, if you would, we would just request a variance so that up to a 40-foot driveway would be permitted. The plan here is not to expand that existing driveway, but rather to ensure that that driveway, as it is currently built and installed, does not need to be moved, and so that the landscaped median does not need to be removed in order to comply with the current UDO. And with that, again, we're available for questions. And again, because we've had great discussions and worked with staff, been able to eliminate the lengthy discussion about this variance number 5.
Okay, does the board have any questions for Mr. Coleman?
I have one question, if I may. What's the width of the sidewalks interior to your development proposal?
I'd ask Chandler Turner with McAdams, if you know that off the top of your head.
And if we're going to have, Mr. Turner hasn't been sworn in yet, so
Sure.
I would ask you to state your address for us, and then the chair can swear you in.
Yeah, hi, my name's Chandler Turner. My address is 1 Glenwood, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27603 at Suite 201.
Hey, Mr. Turner, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah, so on site we have 6-foot sidewalks when adjacent to a head-end parking stall as required by code. All else, it'll either be 6 or 5 foot.
Okay, the reason I'm asking, because going from 10 feet to 5 feet, your request, I would argue in favor of at least a 6-foot width sidewalk. I think that's more traditional now. And if that's what most of your interior walkways are, then I would argue that that's probably a better decision. I could give away the 10 probably is too much, but I think 5 is not quite there. Just more of a comment than a question.
Yeah, 6 is the max internal to the site.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions right now for the applicant from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. This is Steve Kinney. From what I can tell, it looks like that parking lot of the medical office building on the southern side is encroaching on the site. Is that to be removed? I'm just trying to understand what I'm seeing.
Yeah, sorry. So this is Chandler again with McAdams. That portion was, this MOB was originally part of a multi-phase medical office development back in the early 2000s. They ended up paving, some additional pavements areas, but it was never striped for parking. You're correct, it does cross the condo line, and it will be removed and adjusted to meet the needs of the new development.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, staff, do you have any question, anything else to add before we hear from additional participants?
Appreciate the opportunity, but no, I do not.
Okay, so we have one other person who has signed up to participate who's not with the applicant's case. I'm going to see if that person wants the opportunity to speak now, and that's Isabel Maddox.
Hi, this is Isabel Maddox. I represent Angels Landing, LLC, the owner of the medical office building up in the northeast corner of this block, if you will.
Isabel, sorry, real quick, can I have you sworn in? I'm sorry.
Oh.
Just because you're participating as a witness, really quickly, if you could state your address and we'll have Mr. Swink reaffirm your oath.
Okay, address is 127 West Target, Suite 500, Raleigh 27601.
Okay, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you, Alex.
My primary reason for signing up initially was that there were some variances which applied to my client's property in conversation or communications with Toby Coleman. I think first thing this morning, maybe, or maybe it was yesterday, he said the cities would drop the requirements. So it doesn't really impact my client's property as much. There are some continuing development intertwinement between parcels, and we're going to continue to work on unwinding this condominium as we go forward. But I don't think I have any objection to this variance today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board, from Ms. Maddox?
No.
Or anything from Mr. Coleman?
No, thank you.
Okay. That is everyone who signed up to participate in this case. So I'll give you a last opportunity for any board questions before you close the evidentiary hearing.
Well, I will go back to my question. I'm considering offering a condition that the pedestrian access be 6 feet. And I was just wondering if the applicant had any response, concerns, anxiety, heartburn over that.
Mr. Swink, thank you for asking. I guess I'm not. I've not been able to communicate with my client on this. I guess I would just go ahead and ask Chandler whether there's any design issues that would limit your ability to limit the ability to do a 6 foot wide.
Yeah, I don't believe that would impact the ability to connect in any way.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else from the board? If not, you can close the evidentiary hearing, and then the board can deliberate and vote. Mr. Spink, I'll kind of turn that over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this by offering a motion to approve with the additional condition that the 2 pedestrian access walks be 6 feet, minimum of 6 feet in width. And that's the motion and a condition offered. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Mile, thank you for a second. Any further discussion? Then let's move to a roll call vote on this variance with a condition.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, there you are, Mr. Suff. Okay, roll call. Chairman Swank.
Approve with condition.
Thank you. Mr. Mile.
Approve with condition.
Thank you. Mr. Kuntz.
Mr. Kuntz has moved along, so we're now.
Oh, he's out. Sorry.
That's okay.
All right, Mr. Spink, who's voting in his place?
Mr. Kenny.
Thank you. All righty. So in that case, Mr. Sutton?
Approve with condition.
Thank you. And Mr. Kenny?
Approve with condition.
Thank you. All right. That makes 5-0, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Coleman. Move on to evidentiary hearing number 5. Once again, Catherine will be conducting this hearing.
Great, thank you, Mr. Swink. The property address is here, 1510 and 1512 Gorman, 3806 Fulford, and 3804, 3806, and 3810 Burt Drive. Property owners are A Squared LLC and Tenzing Investments LLC. It's a variance request, BOA case 34-2020. Again, I think it would be best if we swear everyone in as they speak. In this case, Isabel Maddox is the attorney, and there's one person signed up with the applicant's case. So we can start, and one additional person signed up to participate as well. So we'll swear them in as they're called, and we can go ahead and start with the staff presentation. Eric Hodge, I believe, is the staff presenter for this case.
Yes, if Laz could give me the control so I can switch PowerPoints.
Eric, I just passed it over to you.
Okay. Is everybody seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a request, BOA 0034-2020, whereas A Squared LLC and Tenzing Investments LLC property owners request a variance from the 70% minimum building width in primary street build to that is set forth in section 2.2.4.d of the Unified Development Ordinance in order to construct 3 apartment buildings totaling 14 dwelling units on a site that would only occupy 44.9% of the primary street build to width on a 0.61 acre property zoned residential 10 and special residential parking overlay district. Properties located at 1510, 1512 Gorman, 3806 Kelford, 3804, 3806, 3805, and 3810 Burt Drive. As you can see, this is the property. It's comprises roughly 1/3 of the properties in this block, all of which is zoned the same. This is just the aerial showing those parcels that are being assembled. It's not the entirety of all of these parcels that's under consideration. I believe there are some recombinations in the works that will be reflected in the site plan here. The frontage, which is what's under discussion, I believe it's been determined that Kelford Street would be the property's primary street. And this slide illustrates the build-to requirements. It has 149 feet of road frontage. The apartment building type automatically requires a 70% build-to for the 70% of the width of the property on the primary street, which would equate to 104 feet. Their proposed building width here is only 67 feet. But as you can see, the remainder of the property's frontage along the road is being taken up with, I believe, tree conservation and driveway access to the street. So my apologies. Thought we had the full site plan in the PowerPoint, but I believe in the staff report there you have before you, with the application, you can see the full complement of the site plan as proposed, but really what's under discussion is the portion of the property nearest Kelford where they're seeking relief from the build-to requirement. Staff really has nothing else to offer on this unless you have any questions of us at this time.
Okay, great. Does the board have any questions for staff? Okay. As I mentioned earlier, Isabel Maddox is the attorney for this case. She does not need to be sworn in. Ms. Maddox has one person sign up with her to participate. If that person's going to speak, let us know and we'll make sure that he's sworn in. So with that, Ms. Maddox, you can take over.
Thank you. Isabel Worthy Maddox here on behalf of A Squared LLC and Tenzing Investments LLC. Here today with me is Chase Massey remotely. He'll be available for questions. A Square and Tenzing are planning to construct 3 apartment buildings on this property for a total of 14 units. As an initial matter, I'd like to move that the application materials and exhibits are submitted for the record. In order to develop these apartments, the applicants need this variance from the minimum build-to requirement under section UDO section 2.2.4.d. Specifically, they're requesting a variance from the build-to requirement, which specifies that 70% of the primary street frontage be consumed with building facade. In this case, they can only get to 44.9%. And if you'll go to our Exhibit 1, Eric, you'll see the layout. There are multiple parcels here, thus the numerous addresses. There is, as Eric mentioned, there is a recombination in process. That doesn't really bear on this request today. Exhibit 3 is probably the most useful exhibit that we have, which shows you kind of the math on what we're trying to achieve here. Total frontage here is 149 feet. And to get to the requirement here, we have to have 104 feet of building, consuming that 149 feet of frontage. As you can see, we have an oddly shaped lot. It juts dramatically on that side, on the right side as you're facing it, and you couldn't actually put the building there because it would result in an odd angle building. That crosshatched area to the right is amenity area. So the shape of the lot is extremely irregular. The sideline juts at an angle which is very difficult from a building placement standpoint. That forces the building to the west and keeps us from using as much of that frontage as we would like to use. Then on the other side, we have to maintain a certain turning radius outside to exit, ingress and egress the site. And you can see that the way that turning lane flares out, we've got to maintain that whole flare on our site. And in order to maintain the appropriate 15-foot turning radius, we can't put the building any closer to the west property line. So we've moved the access drive as far to the west as possible. But again, we've got to accommodate that turning radius. So just to go through the hardship requirements, unnecessary hardship will result from the strict application of the build-to requirement. And that would either prevent us from having safe access or for building this building. The hardships are peculiar to this site. It's very irregular shape, it's very narrow, and we need to accommodate the access drive. And the hardships do not result from the actions taken by the applicant. The property was purchased in this configuration. We believe this variance request is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the UDO. It will allow the property to be developed. It will allow the addition of needed residential density in a location that's near NC State, an infill site. And we have tried to accommodate as much building on that frontage as possible. So that concludes my remarks. I'm available for questions, as is Chase Massey, our engineer. Just let us know if you have any questions.
Okay, does any member of the board have a question for the applicant? Does staff have anything else to add?
No.
Okay, we have one additional person who has signed up to speak in opposition to the case. It's Mary Tate. Ms. Tate, if you could please state your address for the record, and we'll have the chair swear you in.
3811 Burt Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Tate, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Tate, you're up.
I believe that this development would cause undue hardship on the neighborhood without some contingencies added onto the development. So I sent some pictures to Eric Hodge, which I would like to have put up.
When did you send those? I didn't receive anything.
I emailed them to Keegan. I sent them on like Wednesday when I signed up for all this.
Let me see if I can find those while you're talking.
Okay, so the gist of the situation is that Tenzing and A-Squared, they're all the same thing, and they have been buying a property, and they have just purchased another parcel on Burt Drive. So now they own 3808 Burt Drive also, which is that little trapezoid shaped one in between 3810 and 3806. Okay, so this is student housing. This is where students are living. These are 4-bedroom, 4-bath. So number one, if they build 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 14 units, they're only providing enough parking for the students who actually live there with 13 extra spaces, which means there's going to be parking. They're parking all over the street anyway. They're stealing no parking signs so that they can park between the no parking sign and the stop sign on Gorman Street. On both sides of the street, I have reported these signs stolen. There's 7 signs that have been stolen now. Okay, the other thing is that every time Tingson A-Squared develops a piece of property, they chop down all the mature trees and they don't replant any other trees. So there's absolutely no tree conservation from them whatsoever. I don't see any trees mentioned anywhere on this site plan whatsoever. They're maxing out the space. Did you find my pictures?
Did it come from the Betsy Tate account? I'm not able to find anything.
Yes, it would have come from that account.
No, I don't have anything from you.
I sent multiple pictures. I sent them.
The first thing I received from that account was on Sunday. I'm sorry.
I sent them twice. They come from the iCloud account.
That's what I'm searching for.
Sent them on Wednesday. I sent them to Keegan. Directed to send them to Keegan McDonald.
I don't know if Keegan's still on. Let me see if I can contact him. I did not receive them.
Can I send them to you now and you put them in?
We can try that.
Okay, Ms. Tate, is that, you can try to get your items.
Here's what I want. I want speed bumps on Burt and Kelford. I want a parking overlay district where I don't have to go canvass. I want them to come over and write tickets because those students are stealing no parking signs so that they don't have to pay for a parking ticket. The police don't want to come over and write them parking tickets because it's beneath the police. They want the parking people to do it. Y'all need to think about the impact on the neighborhood. That bus stop there at the corner of Burt and Gorman Street is supposed to be a bus stop for children. There's a trailer park down the hill. There's lots of little kids in the neighborhood. And all they're doing with these LLA squared, do you know the rents that they're getting for these student housings? They're absolutely positively obscene. And so they need to spend some money to plant some trees. They need to spend some money to make the neighborhood a better place to live.
Okay. While Eric and Keegan are looking to see if they can get your pictures pulled up, I'll go ahead and just really quickly remind everyone. Let me go ahead and ask the applicant if you have any questions to ask Ms. Tate.
The applicant?
Yes. Do you have any cross you would like to ask?
I have some further comments.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll give you an opportunity for comments at the end, but this time I just didn't know if you had any questions, any cross-examination from Ms. Tate.
Well, yes, I'll ask her. Ms. Tate, do you have any concerns or issues, objections to our request for a Bill 2 variance?
Only insofar as it's the only way to stop you all from building this thing without doing other things to make the neighborhood a better place to live.
But you don't have any technical concerns or questions with regard to
y'all are going to make life on Kelford an absolute living hell, because that is 69 cars in and out of Kelford Street. And there's already supposed to be another apartment complex on the other side of Kelford down at the bottom corner. Y'all are going to make it an absolute living hell. I don't understand why you don't bust through and have it so that people can go in and out of Gorman Street, because you have the parking thing curved around to go down to Gorman Street. I think you all should reconfigure the thing and allow parking underneath your buildings. And if you did that, you could actually meet that little frontage thing that you're supposed to do, because you wouldn't need all the parking out. You would put parking spaces underneath the buildings.
Okay, Ms. Maddox, do you have any more questions for Ms. Tate?
No more questions.
Great, thank you. And I'm getting a lot of feedback noise. I don't know. There we go. Okay. I will ask, so does the board have any questions for Ms. Tate? I'm not sure if I get an opportunity.
Catherine,
Yes.
This is Marvin. To Ms. Tate's question about her address, can she tell us where she's located in comparison to the site that Ms. Maddox is representing?
Sure, you can ask Ms. Tate that question to ask her where she lives in relation to the project.
Can staff pull up?
Across the street from 3806 or 38010 Burt Drive.
Can staff pull up the picture again, just so we can see for the record?
And what you have to understand is that
we need.
They have already built
Ms. Tate.
five 4-bedroom, 4-bath houses that have all these cars now all over the place on Burt Drive. And this is compounded by the fact that there is a fraternity living illegally on the corner of Burt and Gorman, which I have complained to multiple people, some of the people who are on this phone call about.
Okay, Ms. Tate, at this point, we're just having the board ask questions right now. And so I believe the question from Mr. Butler was to show where in relation to the property you reside. So has she answered that question for you, Mr. Butler?
I live south. I live on the south side of Burt Drive, across from the parcel that is 838010.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I'm wondering for Ms. Tate, I'm wondering what condition she would like to see us add to make the situation more livable for her and her neighbors.
I would like to have a parking overlay where they come and they have street parking that is monitored, and then they ticket the students. I would like to have speed bumps because they are already bolting. I do not understand what it is about the people, but they're already, there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of beer pong going on. They built garages that now have beer pong tables. There's an awful lot of student traffic over there. We have had, not this year, but last year we had stretch limos and they actually chucked a beer can at one of my neighbors.
I would remind the board really quickly, I'm sorry to interject, but the question is whether or not the applicant has met the standard required to be granted a variance from the build to. And so, really any conditions need to be related to that variance request, and any testimony needs to be related to that variance request as well.
And staff would also note that Keegan has located the slides if you would like us to share them.
Okay.
I did not receive them, so Keegan would be able to share them with you. And the two items that she requested about a parking overlay for decaled parking and speed humps in the right-of-way would have to be approved by the city council. There's a process for getting both of those things at the request of a neighborhood, but that's a separate process through transportation ultimately with the city council.
Ms. Tate, if you could please let, Ms. Tate, we will acknowledge you in just a minute to go through your pictures, but if you could please let staff finish speaking.
Just to note for the board that there is a process in place by which neighborhoods can request both of those things through the traffic calming program and the on-street parking decal program, both of which are administered by the transportation department in concert with city council.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Tate, please, one moment, please. Okay, Ms. Tate has provided some pictures to Eric. Eric, do you have those available?
Keegan has them.
Keegan, okay. Well, Ms. Tate, we're going to let the pictures that you submitted. I'd remind you that any evidence that you're presenting needs to be related to the variance request, which is for relief from build to, and it needs to be evidence that goes to whether or not the applicant has met the hardship standard to be granted that variance request. So if you could please limit your testimony to the specific request at hand, and we'll let Keegan pull up your pictures.
One moment. Eric, if you could just pass the presenter ball. Thanks. And I'm just pulling up my email. If you could just bear with me for one moment.
Not sure how to pass it back.
I think I have it.
Okay.
Let me share my screen if I can. This is with Outlook, so bear with me in case it doesn't display appropriately to begin with. Is everyone able to see this? I know it's a little cut off. I can kind of scroll through the pictures and zoom out a little bit.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Tate, if you'd like, just direct me to scroll down through the photos.
Well, this is a picture of two cars, and obviously somebody's working in the street, and these two cars are parked between the no parking sign and the stop sign. Scroll up. I mean, I'm telling you, it's like the freaking Wild Wild West over my neighborhood. This is, again, there's a stop sign on Gorman. These are cars that are parked where they're not supposed to be parked. Keep scrolling. Again, these are more cars parked where they're not supposed to be cars because this is all between the no parking sign and the stop sign. Okay. Again. Okay. And then you should have some of the trees versus no trees because all they do is cut down trees. So where are the rest? Okay. This was Gorman Street prior to A Squared LLC and Tingsden coming into the neighborhood. There's lots of trees. And then the next image, you can see where they have built 4 houses over on Kelford. They've taken all the trees down. There's 2 right now that are showing on Burke Drive. And what you do not see are the 3 that are facing Gorman Street right now with a huge shared driveway. So no, I do not believe that you should give them any variance to do anything because I think they have already developed and developed and developed. And I don't understand why I need to go canvass to go get a parking overlay when you all can put a sidewalk in my front yard with just a simple like petition and click thing. So as far as I'm concerned, if they don't do a tree survey, try and preserve the trees that are existing there and plant trees on their existing properties and this property, if they don't do a parking overlay with speed bumps, and you all need to do something about the students' knack for stealing no parking signs because it's a huge expense to the city to have to keep replacing them.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, this is not the right forum to air this, but normally I could go to my CAC meeting, except that some very smart people thought they'd get rid of the CAC meeting so we couldn't have discussions like this.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tate. Does the board have any questions for Ms. Tate?
No questions.
Okay, and I'll just ask Ms. Maddox one more time since there was some additional testimony, if you have any further cross questions.
I'll just have a little bit of rebuttal. And
Well, y'all, I'll give you the opportunity in just 1 second.
Okay.
You have any further questions?
No.
Okay, great. Okay, so now we'll go back to the applicant to give us any rebuttal or closing statements.
First, I'm sorry Ms. Tate has had problems with other developments and with students and fraternities, et cetera. It does seem like most of our concern are with current situations, current parking, violations, et cetera. But that is not necessarily this project. This project has not been developed yet. We have no control, as Mr. Hodge said, over parking overlay districts or speed bumps. As far as the trees, these are separate parcels, sub 2 acres, I'm pretty sure, and they're not tree conservation requirements. If we were to, we are providing more than required parking, which is 1 space per bedroom plus 10%. We're providing more parking than that. And even if we change the configuration of the parking, we still have to have that access drive, and we still have that odd shape of our parcel. So I think the hardships that we discussed initially still, remain, and we think they, easily qualify us for a variance in this matter. So if the board has any further questions for either me or Chase Massey, we're available to answer those.
Great, thank you. Does the board have any last questions for the applicant or anyone else? Okay, does staff have anything else to add? Okay, with that, I would close the evidentiary hearing and give it back to Mr. Swink for deliberations and your vote.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hill. Okay, board, any discussions on this?
Yeah, I wish there was some way we could help address the neighbors' concerns, but most of that is beyond what we're trying to do today.
Yeah, anyone else?
I would just say I appreciate Ms. Maddox's comments in addressing Ms. Tate's concerns about the neighborhood and recognizing those.
Yeah, I understand as well. There's a lot of tension around student development and student parking. I trust that this has gone through other levels of review, and some of the things that are being raised surely are at least acknowledged somewhere else. Our case is very tightly focused around the specific variants. And while I think there certainly might be some sympathy for trying to find relief, the question is really very specific to the variants, and that's what we have to resolve by this request. So I'll certainly entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mile. I have a motion to approve. Is there a second? I'll offer a second to move things along. So I have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Remember, this is very specific to the variance about the frontage. So we have a motion to approve in a second. We'll move to a roll call vote.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Chair seconded.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Rainey, you will be voting on this. Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you. Ms. Russo?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you. The next 5.
And thank you for the reminder about Mr. Rainey. I should have announced that at the beginning, but
Thank you.
overlooked that. So, okay, let's move along to our next evidentiary hearing, item number 6. This is 10831 Wakefield Commons Drive, CNET Properties LLC and KHB Real Estate LLC property owners. And this is a variance BOA 0035-2020. And Mr. Kinney, you will be our alternate on this case. Ms. Hill?
Thank you. You have 7 people signed up to participate in this case. Isabel Maddox is the attorney. When I call the remaining participant's name, please state your address, and Mr. Swink will reaffirm your oath for the record. Rob Cottle.
Here.
Mr. Cottle, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm present. Can you hear me?
Okay. Can you please state your address?
137 South Wilmington Street, Suite 200, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601.
Mr. Cottle, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Chip Bass.
Yes.
Can you please state your address?
It's 1901 North Pine Street, Lumberton, North Carolina, 28358.
Okay, Mr. Bass, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Barry Mann.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you please state your, there you go.
The address is 3605 Glenwood Avenue, Suite 500, Raleigh 27612.
Okay, Mr. Mann, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew Bullard.
Yes. 9131 Anson Way, Suite 310, Raleigh 27615.
Okay, Andrew Bullard, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Cliff Bullard.
9131 Anson Way, Suite 305.
Okay, Cliff Bullard, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Cliff Bullard? You're breaking up.
I do. Yes, Cliff Bullard, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry I cut you off before you finished your address.
Mr. Bullard?
City and state.
Mr. Bullard? Raleigh, North Carolina. It's 9131 Henson Way, Suite 305. Henson, Anson, is in Apple. Suite 305, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27615.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then Dan Brown.
David Brown, 137 South Wilmington Street, Suite 200, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Hey, Mr. Brown, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Swink, before you proceed, can I ask the applicant's attorney, Ms. Maddox, whether everybody who had just been sworn in to participate is with the applicant's case? Can you just confirm that for me, please?
I confirm that.
Great, thank you. Okay, Mr. Swink.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Hodge, let's proceed.
If Laz could pass the presenter ball back to me so I can resume the PowerPoint. Thank you. BOA 0035-2020. Whereas CNET Properties LLC and KHB Real Estate LLC property owners request a variance from the 40% forestation requirement set forth in Section 9.1.9 of the Unified Development Ordinance to only require 11% of the site be set aside for trees. Ordinarily, there would be a 40% requirement for the watershed. In order to develop a restaurant on a 1.36 acre property, zone commercial mixed use 3 Parkway, an urban watershed protection overlay district located at 10831 Wakefield Commons Drive. Subject property is located in the northeast portion of the city, just south of the intersection of Falls of the Neuse Road and Capitol Boulevard. As you can see, the property has a very small access frontage to the road on Falls of the Neuse Road, but otherwise fronts on that internal street, Wakefield Commons Drive. And all of the properties in this vicinity are located within the Urban Watershed Protection Overlay District, which protects an intake point below the dam at Falls Lake. And this is an aerial showing the property. No trees on the site today, and the properties around it, for the most part, were developed prior to this watershed having the 40% forestation requirement, which was not in effect until the UDO was adopted and went into effect September 1st, 2013. Here's the proposed site plan showing the restaurant on the parcel. You saw a similar request to this last month for another site in the urban watershed seeking relief or reduction in the forestation requirements. I believe Ms. Maddox has extensive information during her presentation speaking to the watershed situation. But ordinarily, like I say, the code would require a combination of forestation and/or tree planting to get sites forested if they are otherwise not meeting that 40% standard. So in this case, if they were to comply, they would have to forest 40% of the site. Unless you have any other questions of me at this time, that would conclude staff's presentation.
Thank you. Board, any questions for Mr. Hodge? Okay, let's move on. Ms. Maddox.
Good afternoon again. Again, Isabel Maddox, PO Box 946 Raleigh 27602. Or I think the address I gave was my street address, 127 West Hargett Street, Suite 500 27601. I'm here today representing CNET Properties and KHB Real Estate LLC, owners of this property. You heard the long list of characters here with me today. I won't go through their names again. The subject, first I would want to move that the application materials and exhibits be included in the record.
Okay.
Subject property is a 1.36 acre parcel in the middle of Wakefield Commons Shopping Center. It was graded and cleared in connection with the shopping center development years ago, well before the passage of the UDO and enforcement of the 40% requirement of the urban watershed. In Exhibit 2, you can see the aerial photo that this was cleared and remains cleared. Very little of the area surrounding the site has trees because it was developed as a shopping center. And this is there's some out parcels that aren't developed, particularly including this one. And this is in the so-called urban watershed. And you can see on the zoning map, Exhibit 3, that with the little raindrops. But the urban watershed, has not always had the 40% forestation requirement. It was, and I'll speak to that in a minute, but it was an area that at one time was thought might be a water supply for Wake Forest, but that has not been the case for many years. It's not a water supply watershed. Next, I want to look at the future land use map of the comprehensive plan on Exhibit 4. As you saw on the previous slide, this zoning for this parcel is CX3, and the future land use map designation is community mixed use. It's very appropriate for a shopping center. In fact, as you can see in Exhibit 5, which sort of describes what is intended for community mixed use, you can pull Exhibit 5 up. This category applies to medium shopping centers and larger pedestrian-oriented retail sites such as Cameron Village. Typical commercial uses include large format supermarkets, larger drugstores, department stores, and variety stores, clothing stores, banks, offices, restaurants, movie theaters, hotels, and similar uses. Clearly, there was no expectation of a 40% forestation requirement in this location. This very site came in 2016 for a forestation variance and was granted one. We've included as Exhibit 8 portion of the minutes from 2016, and you'll see that that variance was approved. They had a condition that they plant 21 trees on the property. For various reasons, the development of the site has gone slowly. My clients actually acquired this property in April of 2017. This variance, the 2016 variance, was still in place, and they didn't really understand that the variance was going to lapse. So we spent over 2 years trying to get a water line easement to serve this site. And then they come to find that their variance expired because they did not get a building permit within the required 1 year period. So then they first thought, well, just renewing this variance will probably be no big deal. But I've discussed it with them, and they now understand how much the forestation issue has changed since 2016. And they and we have really drilled down on this project to come up with the best possible forestation plan we can achieve given the limitations of this site. And I note that Barry Mann of Manning, Fulton, Skinner is on this call. He actually represented the property owners in this 2016 variance, and he's available for any color we need to shed on that 2016 variance. So when we filed this request in June of 2020, in 2016, they had obtained complete relief with the one condition of planting 21 trees. When we filed the request in 2020, June of 2020, we asked for a variance to allow just 11% forestation. But we've worked hard and continued to redesign in a way to accommodate as many trees as possible. And now we want to modify our request to seek a variance that permits us to require or to comply with the afforestation requirement of 20%. So we're going up from 11%, which is what our June request stated, to 20%. We're adding some trees. My clients propose a fast casual BurgerFi restaurant, which is hamburgers, and it's not truly fast food. It's a sit down restaurant. They have strained and stretched to see where they can add trees, and they've also, they're restaurant owners, and so 2020 has not been a real happy year for them, but they have learned two things that Cliff Bullard told me. No one's going to develop a restaurant without a drive-through, and no one's going to have a restaurant without outdoor seating, given the lessons they've learned in this pandemic. There may be some, types of restaurants where you sit down for 2 hours that don't need a drive-through, but a place like this, which is a fast casual, fast food, you might sit down for 20 minutes. Fast casual, you might sit down for 45 minutes to an hour. That needs a drive-through, and that needs an outdoor seating area. So anyway, they have improved their development proposal from a tree standpoint. And we believe this request meets the criteria for granting the variance. We have hardships, without a doubt. Strict application of this requirement would require this 1.36 acre parcel maintain 23,697 square feet of trees, effectively preventing the development of the property. After deducting undevelopable areas such as the drive, the road access that is part of this lot, they would leave only 0.55 acres of developable land out of the 1.36. Second, the hardships do result from conditions that are peculiar to this site. First of all, the lot size. The lot size to start with is 1.35 acres, so that's difficult in and of itself. But then you look at a significant part of this lot, and I want to go to maybe slide number 1 or 2. We have that little finger of property that goes out to the road. Yeah, there you go. So that little red finger that goes out to Falls and Use, that's part of this lot. So that adds another 0.26 acres of our 1.36, which is the flag portion of the lot. That portion is all impervious, and trees cannot be added to in that location. Third, there's significant topo on this lot. It falls 20 feet from front to back. And the presence of this topo requires a retaining wall, which precludes tree planting in some areas. If you go to the site plan on, I think, slides are a little lost. Yeah, you'll see there's a retaining wall in the lower right corner in the dark green that precludes planting of some trees. And finally, there are 2 ingress-egress points on the north and the south of the site, both of which have significant site triangle areas that, prevent any planting of trees, because you have to have safe ingress and egress. So a motorist coming out can safely make a turn in and out of that site. So we do feel like there's some significant hardships here. And these hardships did not result from the actions taken by the owner. The purpose of the urban watershed, first of all, it does not protect a water supply. And we do propose a significant forestation commitment. We propose to maintain 20% of the entire lot, or 25% of the usable net lot. And you'll see a box on the left of the site plan. If you go to the next slide, Exhibit 7, you'll see that we blew this up a little bit. So from the gross site, we propose to do 0.28 acres of forestation over 1.36, which is 20.6% forestation. If you look on the portion highlighted in yellow on the very bottom of this slide, you'll see our net lot, when you take out the flag lot area and the site triangle areas, you get a net lot of 1.10. And that translates into a 25.5% forestation. I think that compares favorably to the commitment made by the previous property owner who got complete relief with the requirement solely to provide 21 trees. The history of the forestation requirement in this city is quite tortured. As I said, it does not protect the water supply. Before the UDO was passed in 2013 and imposed on commercial properties in 2016, the 40% forestation requirement applied to properties in the Falls Lake and Swift Creek water supply watersheds, but not to the urban watershed. That was well understood pre-UDO. Then when the UDO was adopted, the requirement was inadvertently imposed on the urban watershed. That was accepted as a mistake, and there were many variances granted by this board. Staff routinely told the board that the imposition of the forestation requirement was a mistake. Then in late 2018, this issue became a political issue, and the former city council indicated that this requirement should be imposed. But that slowed down the request. However, there have been some recent forestation variances granted. In August 2019, in a case that's very similar to this case, about a 1 acre site located about a mile away from this site, the board did grant a variance to the 40% requirement, and that property owner proposed 10% forestation and 10% tree conservation. So it was about 20%, similar to what we were proposing here. And recently, the current city council has indicated that it wants to correct this mistake. They acknowledge the mistake. They referred this matter to the Growth and Natural Resources Committee. And the GNR committee has discussed this both in February and August of this year. And while they haven't made a decision yet, the city attorney did make a presentation to the committee and included a couple of statements. If you'll go to Exhibit 9, you'll see some highlights from that meeting. But to summarize these statements that were made by Robin Curran, city attorney, basically she said that the UDO sections are in conflict with each other and that state law does not even provide the authority to regulate non-water supply watershed areas. So it's unclear whether it sounds like maybe it is clear that this is not even a legal requirement. But I know this is not what this board is charged with doing. You're here to hear our variance requests based on hardships, and we think we do have a very valid hardship variance request. So even though the ordinance is flawed and should not apply, we don't think it should apply to parcels of less than 2 acres or parcels that are allowed to have more than 70% impervious. And we know that City Council is probably going to come up with a solution that might be removal of this requirement or reduction of this requirement. We're coming to you to make our case on hardship. And so to reiterate our hardship, this is a very small lot of only 1.35 acres with significant unusable areas. It's difficult to maintain 40% forestation on a net lot area of 1.1 acres, particularly when you're trying to have outdoor seating in a drive-through, which we found to be really important during the pandemic. And I think it will continue to be important going well beyond this. Significant portion of our parcel is a flag portion of the lot. It contains all impervious. No trees can be planted there. There's significant topo on the lot, and which leads to the requirement of retaining wall, which precludes tree planting in certain areas. And finally, there are 2 ingress-egress points with significant site distance triangles where trees are precluded. Finally, we wanted to add a condition, and I emailed this condition to Mr. Hodge, Mr. McDonald, and Mr. Puccini during this meeting. I apologize, we have not as a development team agreed on it at the time we submitted this request. But the condition that we would propose, I'm going to let David Brown, landscape architect, discuss that condition with you. Mr. Brown?
Here. Good afternoon. This is David Brown. I'm a landscape architect and land planner at Withers Ravenel. The condition, and I shall read it into the record, the site shall provide and maintain areas set aside for trees equal to at least 20% of the lot area. Within these areas, trees must be either preserved or planted in accordance with City of Raleigh UDO section 9.1.9.A.1 through 5. There is a qualifier without regard to the percentage forestation requirement set forth therein. A minimum of 50 trees, which shall be a mix of evergreen and hardwood trees, shall be planted or maintained, including at least 6 trees in outdoor amenity areas. What this is saying is that 20% of the site shall be set aside for tree coverage. Within that 20% land area, we shall install a minimum of 50 trees. Those trees shall be a mix of evergreen and hardwood. And we do have some outdoor amenity area that is above and beyond our tree coverage, and we are also committing to plant trees in those amenity areas. And I'll stop for a moment and see if you have questions.
And if we could go back to the site plan on slide exhibit 6, the outdoor amenity areas that David spoke of are not well identified here, but they're the areas on both the immediate north and south of the building. Both of those will be outdoor amenity areas. On the north side, there will be a seating area, and the south will be primarily a landscaped area.
Anything else, Ms. Maddox?
That's all for now. To conclude my presentation, I did want to just wrap up by saying, so we're committing to 20% trees, a minimum of 50 trees on site, including 6 within the outdoor amenity areas. We believe we've provided competent evidence of hardships, and we believe this request is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance. We think that this variance will keep this property from being essentially undevelopable. And we do believe that we have really stretched to hit the highest bar we can on forestation here on this site. So I think that with that, I will conclude. I will say that David Brown and Rob Caudle, our landscape architects and site designers, are available for questions. Also, our development group, Cliff and Andrew Bullard, Chip Bass, and Barry Mann, our transactional counsel, are all available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that you offer the condition. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for reading that into the record. You anticipated me. I was going to come back and ask for your response to a 20% planting condition. So you're right there with what I was looking for. So thank you very much for looking ahead and doing that. Board members, any questions for Ms. Maddox or her team? Okay, we have no additional staff. Let me come back to you, Mr. Hodge. Anything that you've heard you want to have a question about? Mr. Hodge?
I have no additional.
Okay. There's no additional participants signed up to speak in support or in opposition. We'll wrap it up again with one more chance for board questions. Staff has indicated there are no further comments. Ms. Maddox, anything else from you?
No, sir.
Thank you. We'll close the evidentiary hearing. We'll move to the board deliberations. We have a variance with an offer of a condition of 20% planting area with a lot more detail, but that captures the essence of it. So I'll certainly entertain additional discussion or a motion.
I make the motion to approve with the addition that was added there.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. We have a motion to approve with the condition as offered. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Then Let's see, we said Mr. Kenny's our alternate for this one. Let's move into our roll call.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Mile? Mr. Mile?
Oh, I'm sorry. With condition.
Gotcha. Thank you. Ms. Rudisil?
Approved.
Thank you. Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Sutton?
Denied.
Denied. Okay. Mr. Kenny?
Approve.
Sorry?
Approve.
Thank you. The vote is 4-1.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Let's move along to our evidentiary hearing number 7. This is 1719 Pool Road. SoShine LLC, property owner, 0036-2020. This is a variance case.
And Mr. Sink, you have 3 people signed up to participate. The first is Ms. Maddox again as the attorney. And then you have John Fraser. Mr. Fraser, if you could please state your address for the record.
I don't think Mr. Frazier is going to participate. Isabel can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's just her and Mr. Massey.
That's correct.
Okay. And then we also have Chase Massey. I believe you did not participate earlier, so we need to have you sworn in. If you could please give us your address.
8218 Freeport Road, Raleigh, 27613.
Okay, Mr. Massey, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Hodge.
BOA 0036-2020. Whereas SoShine LLC property owner requests 1, a variance from the 70% minimum building width in primary street build 2 as set forth in section 3.2.4.d of the Unified Development Ordinance in order to construct an apartment buildings on the site that only occupy 40% of the primary street build 2 width. 2, a variance for complete relief from UDO section 3.2.4.f.1, which requires the ground floor elevation of residential buildings such as this to be at least 2 feet above grade. 3, a variance for complete relief from the cross-access requirements of sections 8.3.4 and 8.3.5 of the Unified Development Ordinance, as well as section 6.5.5 of the Raleigh Street Design Manual, such that bicycle, pedestrian, and vehicular cross-access to the 3 adjoining parcels shall not be required. And 4, variance relief from driveway spacing requirements in section 8.3.5.c of the Unified Development Ordinance and sections 3.2.3.a and 6.5.2 and 9.5.2 of the Raleigh Street Design Manual to allow for a driveway for the subject property to be within 50 feet of the closest driveway to the northwest and within 100 feet of the closest driveway to the southeast, such spacing dimensions being measured radii to radii in order to construct 3 apartment buildings on the site, which is a 0.9 acre property zoned residential mixed use 3 and is located at 1719 Pool Road. So as you can see, the adjacent parcels on either side along Pool Road are also zoned residential mixed use 3, and that is essentially our multifamily zoning district. It allows for densities essentially above 10 units per acre. And the surrounding property to the rear is also zoned residential 10 and is part of a development that fronts on Hawkins Road as well as New Bern Avenue. Apologies. Here's the aerial showing the property. The parcels on either side and the rear are already developed. I believe those are duplexes at the rear of the parcel and then multifamily developments on the other properties. Here is a slide showing, again, similar to the case you saw earlier over on Kelford and Burt Drive, where they're seeking relief from the build-to requirement. The property only has 89 feet of frontage on Pool Road, which would require a build-to that would have to, the building facade would have to occupy 62.3 feet along the property's frontage within the build-to area. As you can see, they're proposing a building and with a driveway on the other side, and that only equates to 36 feet, which is a 40% build-to rather than the code requirement of 70%. And staff has nothing else to offer on that particular matter. We do recognize that the site does require vehicular access. The other elements of the request, the applicants can go into in more detail if they so desire. And transportation is on the line if you have any questions for them regarding the driveway spacing or the vehicular cross-access relief components. I would note that the 2-foot finished floor elevation is something this board has seen frequently. People seek relief from that, and staff is considering amending the Unified Development Ordinance to remove that requirement, as it presents some difficulty with sites with topo issues, as well as some compliance with ADA requirements. Oftentimes makes the site difficult to develop. So staff is looking into getting rid of that code requirement, but it is still in place today. Unless you have any questions of me at this time, that would conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Board members, any questions?
And again, transportation's here if you have anything for them.
Thank you. I was just about to call on you. Appreciate your anticipation. Any questions for transportation? We haven't heard nothing specific, but okay. Let's move on to the presentation from Ms. Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Swink. Isabel Worthy Maddox here, 127 West Target Street, Suite 500, 27601. I'm here today on behalf of Wayne Adams and his entity, SoShine LLC. Mr. Adams is here remotely. He's not going to speak today, but he is present remotely. Also here is Chase Massey, our engineer. SoShine is planning to construct three-unit apartment buildings on a 0.9-acre lot. And I would like to move that our application materials and exhibits be entered into the record.
Okay.
When we filed this request back in June, we were unsure what we would need in terms of the transportation-related variances and cross-access. As it turns out, we don't need those. So those are off the table, as well as the 2-foot elevation. Those are all off the table, which leads us to a simpler request. And I apologize for the many requests we made, but they were all in the staff comments that we had in our hand in June when we filed this request. And it took some time to confirm that those weren't issues anymore. So our only request really relates to frontage. We have a request under for a variant from section 3.2.4.d, which requires that the building facade consume 70% of the primary street frontage and permit only 40% building in that street frontage. If you go to Exhibit 1, you'll see this lot is a really skinny lot running, on Pool Road. And if you go to Exhibit 5, you'll see really kind of the crux of the matter. The frontage is 89 feet. The required build-to would be 62.3 feet of building. You see that middle red arrow? That would be what our building width would have to be to meet the legal requirement. But what we propose is only 36 feet because this driveway that comes in, and you have to have these flares to provide the adequate turning radii. And so you have to have the whole flared out area on your property. And so you can see we had to even have a little juke in that alignment. So you have enough room to get the whole flared out driveway on your property. So we need 62.3 to meet the requirement to propose 36 feet. And we feel like we have legitimate hardships. First of all, we have an extremely narrow lot. We have, the lot, it's an acre, but it only has 89 feet of frontage. And we have some topo on the lot, and we really, most importantly, we need enough space on that street to accommodate the turning radii for the access drive. The hardships do not result from the actions taken by the applicant. The applicant purchased the property with the current lot configuration, and we believe this variance request is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent. We have placed as much of the building in the build-to area as possible while maintaining adequate space for the driveway with the required safe turning radius. And that really concludes my presentation. I and engineer Chase Massey are both available for any questions that you all might have.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Any questions for the applicant or the applicant's team? Mr. Hodge, do you have any questions based on what you've heard?
I have no additional questions.
Thank you. We have no additional participants who have signed up to speak. So again, last chance for board to ask questions. Ms. Maddox, anything further?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the evidentiary hearing. Move to our...
Sorry, Mr. Strick, this is Catherine. I just wanted to confirm really quickly, maybe you guys are all clear on it, but there was 4 total requests, and if I believe Ms. Maddox has removed all of her requests except for the build to. Is that how the board is understanding it as well? Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
No, thanks for clarifying. That was my assumption too, but I appreciate you always double check.
All right.
So, I'm sorry, someone else speaking? Okay. So board deliberations, we're really deliberating the frontage question. That's a variance request. Comments, or I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mile. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Who was the second?
That was Michael Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. Appreciate that. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisell. Nod your head because you're muted.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approved.
Thank you. It makes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Let's move along to evidentiary hearing number 8. This is 201 and 254 Branch Street, 1300 and 1304 South Person Street. FH Person LLC, property owner, design alternate, A27-20.
Mr. Spink, you only have 2 people sign up in this case. Michael Birch, who's the attorney, and then Jason Meadows is also signed up with the applicant. Mr. Meadows, could you please state your address for the record?
Yes, it's 8771 Cleveland Road, Clayton, North Carolina, 27520.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meadows. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Hodge.
A2720, whereas FH Person LLC, property owner, requests a design alternate for complete relief from the cross-access requirements of Unified Development Ordinance Section 8.3.5.d, which requires internal vehicular circulation areas to be designed and installed to allow for cross-access between abutting lots. The lots in question are specifically 1310 and 1321 South Person Street. Those are the adjacent parcels. In order to construct 2 new buildings on a 1.46 acre site zoned industrial mixed use 3, and neighborhood mixed use 3. The subject property is located, as Mr. Swink noted, at 201 and 254 Branch Street, as well as 1300 and 1304 South Person Street. Some of the adjacent parcels were in before the board earlier this year, seeking a similar request for cross-access, and that request was granted. Their proposal did have a requirement, I believe, for pedestrian access through to the parcels under consideration. So as you can see, the subject parcels occupy the full block there on Branch Street between Person Street and Blunt Street, just north of the Hoke Street intersection, where the other parcels on the two parcels in the southeast were before the board before seeking, again, the same request for cross-access relief earlier this year. Here's the aerial. As you may recall, those warehouses there in the southeast from the subject property were what were under consideration at the time for redevelopment, and now they're looking to construct buildings on these parcels to the south of Branch. Here's the proposed site plan showing the new buildings and the proposed parking and driveway layout with no cross-access provided to the parcels to the south. Transportation staff is here if you'd like to hear their take on the matter. Otherwise, they're here for any questions you may have. I have nothing else to offer on that requirement, unless you have any questions of me at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. One clarification. You mentioned a previous case, and you said something about pedestrian cross-access. I don't recall. I'm not clear on what exactly you said or what the result was.
There was a condition requiring pedestrian cross-access to these parcels. I believe Mr. Birch can go into detail, but I believe that's having trouble. It's located in this vicinity of the site. I believe this is sort of a pedestrian plaza. Okay. And then this was the parcel under consideration previously where there was an offer of cross-access to this parcel. I believe there's also perhaps in their proposal offer of cross-access to this parcel as well, which was not before the board previously.
Right. Okay, thank you. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Hodge?
This is Steve King. I just have one question for Eric. You mentioned something about these two warehouses to the south. Are they associated with this development anymore?
I think there's some overlap between, in fact, I think it's the same LLC, FH Person LLC. So I think it's the same people that have those parcels there along the remainder of Person Street. So this is redevelopment that's sort of in concert with that other parcel under the same ownership.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. Thank you. Other questions? Transportation, anything you want to offer? Anyone from transportation? Okay, let's move along. Mr. Birch, welcome again.
Hello, good afternoon. Mr. Chair, members of the boards, Michael Birch, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. At the beginning, I just asked that our application and presentation, staff report and staff presentation all be included in the record. And then, as he was already sworn in, we have Jason Meadows, professional engineer with Wake Land Design, who is the, again, civil engineer, project engineer for this development plan. It is a pending development plan with the city. And then just to address two items up front, one in response to Mr. Kinney's question. Yes, these parcels and the development proposed for these parcels is coordinated with the development of that property kind of to the southeast with those two existing warehouses. Those warehouses are, call it kind of phase one. And then this would be a phase two with, new buildings and parking area. So there is coordination there. And then also there was a comment made about a condition of approval related to the other request for the property to the southeast. There was that condition for a 10-foot easement with a minimum 8-foot kind of sidewalk pathway, and it was for that area that Mr. Hodge highlighted, whereas that it's kind of that pedestrian, kind of courtyard area between the existing warehouses and the proposed new development. So just wanted to make that clear. And so I believe we have an applicant presentation. Eric, if you're able to pull that up. So again, these existing conditions, really the only parcel on this block that's not part of this full-scale redevelopment is the gas station there in the southwest corner. But otherwise, the properties subject to this request have frontage on Blunt Street, Branch Street, Person Street, and would just also note that the gas station has access directly onto Blunt as well as Hoke. If you could go to the next slide, please. Again, this is a view from Person Street into the site there at the corner with Branch. Those are those houses. You see the existing warehouses there on the left side. And then if you go to the next slide, this is a picture into the site off of Branch looking south. And so, again, currently there's trucks sitting there overnight, but obviously redeveloped for retail, restaurant, maybe some office space. If you go to the next slide. Again, there's the picture of the gas station. So if you go to the next slide. So this is the proposed development plan that is in review with the city, ASR 2820. You can see we're taking sole vehicular access off of Branch Street. So there will no longer be vehicular access onto Blunt. And there's no vehicular access onto Person. But we are making streetscape improvements all around the site. So our sole request is related to the design adjustment for cross access to the gas station. And then just to give you a sense of kind of the proposed buildings, if you could go to the next slide. This is a perspective view from call it the northwest corner of Branch and Blunt, looking southeast into the site, kind of over the parking lot. So those, for both sets of those buildings are proposed as a part of this development. Again, kind of to give that warehouse feel to complement the existing warehouses to the southeast. If you go to the next slide, again, just proposed elevations. Next slide. Again, and then the last slide is landscape plan, just to give you a sense of that, call that kind of courtyard area. So you see on the top of your screen, that's one of the proposed buildings. The other is kind of in the bottom left-hand screen with the two existing warehouses there on the very bottom of your screen. But this is a landscape plan to kind of show you that area along Person where that easement was. A lot of hardscape and creating a lot of activity in this area here. So maybe best just to go back to the site plan, Eric, a couple of slides, and I'll just, again, reiterate the request. So we are requesting design adjustment related to cross access to the south, the gas station parcel. So the first standard is the approved design alternate meets the intent of the article. So the intent of this section of the code is intended to provide a means for safe and efficient, convenient vehicular and pedestrian access. And so here we have an incredibly small block surrounded by public right-of-way on all four sides. The entirety of this block, including the gas station, is about 1,500 linear feet, which is less than even your typical city block. The code in the DX district has a max block perimeter of 2,000 square feet, but this is even 75% of that. And I just emphasize that to say there are sidewalks all the way around this site, or will be all the way around this site with this redevelopment. And so there is certainly safe and convenient pedestrian access all the way around. You can see here we've got one access point off of Branch. And due to, again, kind of building placement, site layout, there's really no way to provide vehicular cross access to the property to the south. Plus, again, one of the standards for the design alternate is that it doesn't provide that kind of corresponding benefit in terms of connectivity. And again, here, because all these sites are walkable to one another, providing vehicular cross access would not meaningfully improve connectivity. Folks from the gas station can currently, easily go south on Blunt directly, east-west on Hoke, and easy out to Person Street to head back into town. Similarly, for the folks that are utilizing a vehicle to this property, utilizing Branch Street can go east-west or north-south, just the same. So there's no meaningful improvement to connectivity with the cross access. Does not increase congestion or compromise safety. Again, we're making significant pedestrian improvements on the around the site. And then would also note, just from a cross access standpoint, the current use of the adjoining property is a gas station. Just from how that property is used, there's a number of trucks that routinely kind of park there on that north side of the gas station property at night, idle there at night. They have truck fueling positions where trucks routinely kind of head north into the site, fuel on that east side, and then pull out. So there's just an incredible amount of truck activity in that area. Also, to the extent that someone was to want to visit one of these retail locations, and for some reason, was parked on the gas station property, again, they can access the site. At that point, they're a guest or invitee, visiting the site. So there's no need for, pedestrian cross access in that sense, and vice versa. If they park on our site and then go to the south, again, they're then an invitee of that property. So none of these properties are being used to get, over one property to another property. So again, the intent is really not there in this case. So with that, we'll conclude our presentation. Again, we've responded to all of these findings in our application as well. And we just give it back to the board. Myself and Jason Meadows is here for answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Birch. And board members, any questions? Mr. Hodge, anything from you regarding anything you've heard?
No additional comments or questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. No one else has signed up to speak in support or opposition. So last chance for board questions. Mr. Birch, any final thoughts?
No, sir. We appreciate your consideration.
Okay, and we just heard from staff, so let's close the evidentiary hearing, move to the board deliberations and a motion. This is specifically a design alternate about cross-access. Okay, I'd like to move. Sorry, Mr. Mile, was that you?
Yes, I was going to make a motion to approve. I remember the other cases that came before us before, so that this is in compliance with what we voted on previously.
Thank you. It's a good observation. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you very much. We have a second, Mr. Sutton. Any further discussion? Okay, let's move to a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Mr. Sutton?
Approve.
Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Ms. Rudisil?
Approve.
Mr. Kenny?
Approve.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have one last hearing today, folks. We haven't had a break. If someone desperately needs one, speak up now. Otherwise, I'd like to just keep moving. All right, thank you very much. Number 9, call the case. 100 East Tryon Road, First Citizens Bank and Trust Company, the property owner. This is a special use permit, BOA-0051-2020.
Great, and Mr. Swink, you have 3 people signed up for this case. The first is Toby Coleman, who is the attorney. And then you have 2 people here with the applicant's case. When I state your name, please give us your address, and Mr. Swink will reaffirm your oath. Carolyn Palmieri.
Yes, hi, the address is 100 East Tryon Road in Raleigh, 27603.
Ms. Palmieri, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
And then you have Mike Morris.
Actually, you have Mr. Steve Fitz standing in for Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris no longer works for that company.
Okay, Mr. Fitz, can you please give us your address?
55 Sirens Lane, Gaston, South Carolina, 29053.
Thank you, sir. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you spell your last name, please? I'm not sure we got that.
Fitts.
And Mr. Fitz, if you would please, what was the name of the street in Gaston?
Sirens, Sirens.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hodge.
BOA-0051-2020. Whereas First Citizens Bank and Trust Company, property owner, requests a special use permit pursuant to sections 7.3.9.c.2 and 10.2.9 of the Unified Development Ordinance in order to permit the installation of 2 medium profile ground signs on a triple frontage property, 24.83 acres, of which the property zoning is industrial mixed use 3. It's located at 100 East Tryon Road. As you can see, it's in an area that's got commercial zoning. Adjacent to it is office mixed use, and the parcels across the streets are either commercial mixed use or industrial mixed use, or just properties that are outside our jurisdiction. The property to the south, I believe it's actually in Garner's jurisdiction. There on Timber Drive. So this is at the southern end of the city's zoning jurisdiction, and they're seeking to put up 2 medium profile ground signs on the property. It's the site of the First Citizens Bank. I believe it's a processing and data center. I'm not exactly sure what the operations are there, but it's not a typical branch bank location. I would note that the code allows for additional ground signs to be erected on a lot such as this, but does require the special use permit approval from the Board of Adjustment. I wasn't around when this requirement came to be. It was a requirement even under the former development code, but from what we can sort of guesstimate, the rationale behind this requirement is the board would be utilizing the typical standard special use permit findings to evaluate these types of requests. But I think the one thing that's unique to the additional sign component is trying to kind of determine whether or not the proposed signs are necessary given the site's location. So if you think about a site at the corner of two roads, sometimes one ground sign can serve the site from both roads. So for instance, if this was just a property at the corner of Tryon Road and Hammond Road, perhaps the board may determine that one sign located near the intersection would be adequate to advertise the site for what it is. Here, clearly, they have 3 street frontages. So it's difficult to serve all 3 streets with one ground sign. So staff does not oppose the requests before you. Here are where the 2 signs are proposed. Clearly, they're not visible from one another. One's at the north end of the site. There along Tryon Road, and the other entrance sign there along Hammond Road. So clearly these signs really can't serve double duty. So staff is supportive of the special use request if the board makes the appropriate findings based on the applicant's presentation. And with that, I would conclude my presentation unless you have any other questions of us at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Any board questions for Mr. Hodge?
And I would just note that this is really just about a replacement of signs. So the code has this requirement in place, even though there are signs there today, when they're coming down and being replaced. If they were just replacing the facing of the sign, staff, I think, could do that administratively, but because they're proposing completely new signs here to replace the former signs, that's what's forcing it into this special use permit process.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Mr. Coleman, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman Swink. Toby Coleman with Smith Anderson Law Firm here representing the applicant, First Citizens. As you heard, with me today is Carolyn Palmieri with First Citizens, as well as Steve Fitz with Fitz Company. Fitz Company is the sign company. As Eric mentioned, I'll just add on to what Eric said because I think he summarized it quite well. This is not a typical bank branch, as you can see. It is a 390,000 square foot building, has about 1,400 employees in the facility, which houses a number of different functions of the bank, a lot of sort of backroom functions. The employees park in 2 large lots that are accessed through the north entrance and the south entrance that are highlighted there in that picture. You can see those 2 lots sort of generally. The public entrance, there's a small little sort of visitor entrance that is accessed off of Hammond Road in the middle of the facility there. The facility front has signage that faces Hammond Road, sort of at the intersections of Hammond Road and Tryon, as well as Hammond Road and Mechanical Boulevard there to the south, that give drivers a sense of, okay, this is a First Citizens facility. The signage that we're requesting here, that First Citizens is requesting here, is very specific. It relates to, it's a request for signage that would clearly mark the north entrance and the south entrance as employees only entrances. If you could move 1 slide forward. Eric?
Just a sec.
Sure. So just to give you an example, here's the north entrance. There is a small sign there that says, I believe, north entrance, and that sign will be removed. It's going to be replaced with a new sign. There's the south entrance, and that's the other sign that would be removed and then replaced with the sign. In your packet, you have sort of the mock-up of the signs. You can't see them 100% clearly there, but the mock-up of the sign shows that what the sign will show is a First Citizens logo and then employees only. First Citizens has realized the need for this through hard-won experience. As you can see, both the north entrance and the south entrance are gated because they're for employee entrances. And currently, you can't see actually the north entrance, but they're both gated. Current signs that are going to be removed don't warn drivers it's employees only. So when those gates are down, people sort of try to drive in there because they think they're getting on into the facility. They get stuck. It creates some confusion, backlog, and potential traffic conflicts. The signage here is sort of specifically targeted at letting the driving public know this is an employees only entrance. It is, as Eric said, consistent with the surrounding uses, just sort of clicking through the showings. It is consistent and compatible with adjacent uses because, the surrounding area is office mixed use, industrial mixed use, commercial mixed use, where you have these sort of signs marking entrances and exits. There are no adverse impacts from these proposed signs. There's already signage at these entrances, and the goal here is actually to ensure greater traffic and personal safety. Again, it'll hopefully improve traffic safety, and the signage is suitable and appropriate in that it's a size that drivers can see but is not overly large. And as Eric has mentioned, it is permitted with a special use. With that said, we are very cognizant of the time, so I wanted to make sure I touched base of all the showings that we needed to make, and our full team is here and available for questions as the board may see fit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Board members, any questions? Okay. Mr. Hodge, anything you've heard you want to ask about?
I have nothing additional. Thank you.
Thank you. There's someone else signed up in opposition or in support. So we'll move along to our last chance for board member questions. And Mr. Coleman, I think you just wrapped yours up unless you have something else to add.
No, I wouldn't dare to try to add anything at this point.
You're a good man. Then we will close the evidentiary hearing. Move to board deliberations. Certainly entertain a motion on this one.
So moved.
Was that Mr. Sutton?
It was Mr. Rainey.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Rainey. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll move to a roll call vote.
You're taking out on mute by now. Okay, Mr. Rainey?
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swank.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you.
Excellent.
That's 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Coleman, again. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Let's move along to approval of the minutes from our September 14th, 2020 meeting. You've all received them. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Russo. Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Do a roll call on this one.
Yep, I guess. Okay. Ms. Rudisill?
Approve.
Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Mr. Sutton?
Approve.
Chairman Swank?
Approve.
In this case, Mr. Kenny?
Approve.
Thank you. That's 5.
Thank you. Ms. Hill, anything from you today?
No, nothing from me.
Okay, folks, this has been what a meeting, quite a marathon. Thank you all. Thank you so much to our alternates for staying with us and helping us get through this. Good job today. And we'll be talking again in a month. So everybody, stay safe.
Good night, everybody.
Chairman Swink, before we leave.
Yes.
If the staff wouldn't mind on the case 0034 on Gorman Street, if they would reach out to Ms. Tate to try to help her with her concerns today about the parking signs, if they could do that and show her how to request from the city that she can get some relief out there, that project. I know it's not speaking to the variance, but for maybe Eric and Keegan to reach out to her to help her with that process.
Yeah, I will try to have get the appropriate transportation staff to reach out to her.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Well said. I appreciate you saying that. Anyone else? Okay, then we stand adjourned. Stay safe.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Want to have